the cursed crown, the cursed crown of England. It rests heavy, not just with gold and jewels, but with the sediment of millennia, a weight of memory that presses down upon the wearer and the land itself. This island, this future England, is a place saturated with the ghosts of kings and queens, of battles fought in muddy fields and whispered conspiracies in cold stone halls. The crown is a symbol of a story that begins not with a throne, but with the cold gray mist rolling off the North Sea, enveloping a land of primeval forest and chalky downs. It is a story soaked in rain, ambition, and the deep, resonant magic of history, a tale that we can almost touch in the silent stones that still stand, defying time. The narrative of this place is a tapestry woven from countless threads: invasion, rebellion, faith, and the slow, inexorable turning of the cultural tide, each leaving its mark on the soil and the soul of the nation. I'm glad you're here, wishing you peace, rest, and maybe a little historical inspiration before sleep. Take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. I'd love to know where and when you're listening from tonight. And so, our story begins long before any crown was ever forged, in a time when England was not yet an island, but the northwestern peninsula of a vast European continent. The land was connected by a marshy plain known as Doggerland, a sprawling territory of rivers and wetlands roamed by mammoths and the small nomadic bands of hunter-gatherers who pursued them. This was the Paleolithic, the Old Stone Age, a period of immense cold and shifting ice sheets that advanced and retreated, sculpting the valleys and leaving behind the gravel and clay upon which future civilizations would be built. The human presence was fleeting, marked only by the faintest traces: a sharpened flint tool lost in the silt of a forgotten riverbed, a set of footprints preserved for an eternity in the hardening mud, discovered only recently off the coast near Happisburg. These earliest inhabitants were phantoms, their lives governed by the herds and the seasons, leaving little more than ripples in the deep ocean of time. Eventually, the great ice sheets made their final, slow withdrawal, and the melting waters poured into the oceans, causing the sea levels to rise dramatically. Around 6,500 BC, the land bridge of Doggerland was finally, catastrophically submerged, the waters of the North Sea rushing in to sever the chalk ridge that connected this land to what would become France. England became an island, its destiny forever tied to the sea that now surrounded it. This new isolation fostered a unique trajectory, a story that would unfold in relative seclusion, punctuated by the dramatic arrivals of those brave or desperate enough to cross the turbulent waters of the Channel. The Mesolithic, or Middle Stone Age, saw a new kind of inhabitant, people who adapted to the dense forests that now covered the land, hunting deer and boar, fishing the rivers, and gathering the abundant plants of the woodland floor. They moved with a light tread, perhaps understanding the spirits of the deep woods and the running water, their worldview woven into the very fabric of the wilderness. The first great transformation, the revolution that would literally reshape the land, arrived around 4000 BC with the Neolithic, or New Stone Age. This was not an invasion, perhaps, but a slow migration of ideas and people from the continent, bringing with them the revolutionary technologies of farming and animal husbandry. They cleared the ancient forests with polished stone axes, the rhythmic thud of stone on wood echoing through valleys that had only known silence. They planted the first crops of wheat and barley, binding themselves to the land and the cycle of the seasons in a way their ancestors had never been. With agriculture came permanence, and with permanence came the first great monuments, the earliest physical expressions of belief, community, and power. They built causewayed enclosures, great circular ditches, and banks dug into the chalk downs, places where communities could gather, trade, and perhaps commune with their gods. They also built the long barrows, immense mounds of earth and stone like the one at West Kennet, which served as communal tombs, houses for the ancestral dead who watched over the living. These Neolithic people were the first great engineers of England, and their ambition culminated in the most famous and mysterious monument of all, Stonehenge. The story of this place is not one, but many, a construction project that spanned over 1,000 years. It began simply around 3000 BC as a circular earthwork and a ring of timber posts. But centuries later, a new vision emerged, one of staggering scale. The builders transported enormous bluestones, each weighing several tons, not from the local area, but from the Preseli Hills in Wales, over 150 miles away. How they moved them remains a profound archaeological mystery, perhaps by sea, perhaps dragged overland on rollers, a monumental act of faith and communal effort. Later still, they erected the truly colossal sarcens, the great trilithons that form the iconic inner circle, quarried from the Marlborough Downs, 20 miles to the north. We are left to wonder at its purpose. Was it a temple to the sun, aligned so perfectly with the solstices? A center for healing, as the bluestones were believed to possess magical properties? Or a vast necropolis, a city of the ancestors, as the sheer number of burials found nearby might suggest? The stones remain silent, their shadows stretching long across the Salisbury Plain, keepers of a secret we may never fully unravel. As the Neolithic faded, the age of stone gave way to the gleam of metal. Around 2500 BC, new arrivals crossed the channel, known to us as the Beaker people, named for the distinctive pottery drinking vessels they buried with their dead. They brought with them the knowledge of bronze, a magical alloy of copper and tin that could be cast into weapons, tools, and ornaments far superior to stone. This new technology brought new hierarchies, the rise of a warrior elite whose wealth and power are visible in the magnificent burials they left behind. The era of communal tombs was over. Now, the landscape was dotted with round barrows, the final resting places of powerful individuals. Near Stonehenge, the burial of the Amesbury archer revealed a man of immense importance, buried with gold ornaments, copper knives, and the tools of an archer, analysis of his teeth suggesting he was a migrant, perhaps from the region of modern-day Switzerland. The land was becoming a place of chiefdoms, of trade networks that stretched across Europe, and of increasing conflict, as the first hill forts began to crown the tops of the downs, defensive ramparts of earth and timber. This was the Bronze Age, a time of heroes and bronze-clad warriors, laying the foundations for the tribal societies that the Romans would one day encounter. A land already ancient, already layered with the deep, quiet sediment of human history. The age of bronze slowly yielded to a newer, harder metal, one that seemed to carry a sharper, more decisive edge. The Iron Age arrived in Britain around 750 BC, not as a sudden event, but as a creeping technological shift. bringing with it a new culture that we have come to call Celtic. The land was a patchwork of tribes, the Britons, each with its own kings and warrior aristocracy, their power displayed in the gleaming, swirling patterns of Latin art etched into shields and torques. The hill forts of the Bronze Age were reoccupied and massively expanded, becoming vast, defended settlements, like Maiden Castle in Dorset, its dizzying array of ramparts and ditches, a testament to a society defined by local loyalties and endemic warfare. These were a people of the earth and the forest, guided by the mysterious priestly class known as the Druids, who, according to Roman sources, held their ceremonies in sacred oak groves and believed in the transmigration of souls. They farmed the lowlands, their light plows scratching the surface of the soil, and they traded not just amongst themselves, but with the continent, particularly with their Celtic cousins in Gaul. This was the land, shrouded in mist and rumor, that lay just beyond the edge of the Roman world. They called it Britannia, a place of myth, a source of valuable tin, hardy slaves, and perhaps, as some tales suggested, pearls. It remained a whisper on the fringe of the map for centuries, a wild and unconquered territory. That is, until the arrival of one of history's most formidable figures, Gaius Julius Caesar. In 55 BC, having largely subdued Gaul, Caesar stood on the northern coast, looking across the turbulent strip of water the Romans called the Oceanus Britannicus. His motives were complex. He claimed he was punishing the Britons for sending aid to his Gallic enemies, but it was also a masterful act of political theater, a way to dazzle Rome with a campaign that crossed the very ocean, the boundary of the known world. He gathered his fleet and set sail with 2 legions, an expedition that was more a reconnaissance in force than a true invasion. His first sight of the island was the towering white chalk cliffs of Dover, where the warriors of the Britons had gathered on the heights, their spears and painted bodies glinting in the pale sunlight, ready to hurl javelins down upon any who tried to land. Deeming this spot unsuitable, Caesar sailed north along the coast, finding a shelving beach near modern-day Deal. The landing was fiercely contested. The Roman soldiers, burdened with heavy armor, hesitated to leap from their ships into the deep, churning water, all while being peppered with missiles. The tide was against them, and the British chariots, a form of warfare unfamiliar and terrifying to the legionaries, dashed along the shoreline, their occupants hurling spears before wheeling away with practiced skill. It was the standard-bearer of the 10th Legion who famously broke the stalemate, leaping into the waves and crying out for his comrades to follow, unless they wished to see their eagle standard fall into enemy hands. They secured a beachhead, but it was a brutal and precarious victory, and with the autumn storms damaging his fleet, Caesar soon declared his limited objectives met and returned to Gaul before winter. He returned the following year, 54 BC, with a much larger force, 5 legions and 2,000 cavalry, transported on a specially designed fleet of over 800 ships. This time, he was determined to make a statement. Landing unopposed, he marched inland, his legions pushing through the dense forests of Kent. The Britons, led by the formidable warlord Cassivellaunus, waged a clever guerrilla war, harassing the Roman columns and melting back into the woods. Caesar eventually forced a crossing of the River Thames, its banks studded with sharpened stakes, and advanced on the main stronghold of Cassivellaunus, a great wooded fortress near modern St. Albans. He stormed it, and with the Britons' alliance fracturing, some tribes, like the Trinovantes, defecting to the Roman side, Cassivellaunus sued for peace. Caesar imposed a tribute, took hostages, and installed a client king. Then, once again, he left. Rome was descending into civil war, and the conquest of a damp, foggy island on the world's edge was a distraction he could no longer afford. For nearly a century, Britannia was left to itself, but it was not the same. The long pause was not an interruption, but a period of slow, creeping Romanization. Trade flourished as archaeological finds of Roman wine amphorae, fine Samian ware pottery, and coins from this period demonstrate. The tribes of the southeast, particularly the Cassivellauni and the Trinovantes, began to mimic Roman ways, their kings issuing coins with Latin inscriptions and classical imagery. Towns, or oppida, like Camulodunum, Colchester, and Verulamium, St. Albans, grew into powerful political centers. The island was being drawn economically and culturally into the Roman orbit long before the legions returned. The tribute Caesar had demanded was rarely, if ever, paid, but the link had been forged. The final decisive conquest came in AD 43, born not from military necessity, but from political need. The new emperor, Claudius, was an unlikely ruler, a scholar with a physical infirmity hidden from public life for years, who had come to power through a palace coup. He desperately needed a grand military victory to secure his throne and prove his authority to the legions and the Senate. Britannia, the land that even the divine Julius had not truly conquered, was the perfect target. He assembled a massive invasion force of 4 legions, the 2nd Augusta, the 9th Hispana, the 14th Gemina, and the 20th Valeria Victrix, numbering around 40,000 men, under the command of the respected senator Aulus Plautius. Landing at Richborough in Kent, the site of a vast Roman supply base whose foundations can still be traced, they began their systematic advance. The Britons, led by the sons of the great king Cunobelinus, Caradicus, and Togodumnus, put up a fierce and desperate resistance. The decisive confrontation was the Battle of the Medway, a grueling 2-day engagement where the Britons, massed on the far bank of the river, believed themselves safe. But Plautius sent his specialized Batavian auxiliaries, trained to swim rivers in full equipment, across the water in a surprise maneuver. The Romans established a bridgehead, and after a long, savage fight, the British line broke. Togodumnus was killed, but Caradicus escaped to the west to continue the fight for years to come. Plautius then pushed on to the Thames, halting his advance as planned, and sent word for the emperor. Claudius arrived in splendor, not just with his Praetorian Guard, but with a contingent of war elephants, a spectacle designed to awe the native tribes. He led the final assault on Camulodunum, the capital of the Catuvellauni, which fell with little resistance. It was a carefully staged triumph. Claudius declared the province conquered, received the submission of 11 British kings, and returned to Rome to celebrate, leaving his generals to begin the slow, bloody work of subduing the rest of the island. The Roman eagle had landed not for a fleeting visit, but to build, to pave, to tax, and to stay. The Roman grip, however, was not as secure as the emperor's triumph in Rome might have suggested, for the conquest of the southeast was built upon a fragile web of alliances with native tribes, known as client kingdoms. These kingdoms were permitted to retain their rulers and a semblance of autonomy, acting as buffers between the Roman-controlled province and the still untamed lands to the north and west. One such kingdom was that of the Iceni, who inhabited the flat, marshy lands of modern-day Norfolk and Suffolk. Their king, Prasutagus, had cultivated a careful peace with his powerful neighbors, enjoying considerable wealth, which he perhaps naively believed would protect his family and his people after his death. In an attempt to secure this legacy, he drafted a will that named the Roman emperor as co-heir, alongside his own 2 daughters, a legal maneuver he hoped would oblige Rome to respect his line. This calculation, however, proved catastrophically wrong, as it failed to account for the rapacious greed of the local Roman administrators. Upon the death of Prasutagus in AD 60, the Roman procurator Catus Decianus saw not an ally's legacy to be honored, but an estate to be plundered. He chose to interpret the will not as a partnership, but as an act of submission, declaring the entire kingdom forfeit to Rome. Roman centurions and tax collectors descended upon the Iceni lands, seizing the ancestral estates of the tribal nobility as if they were spoils of war, and calling in massive loans that had been extended to the Iceni leaders. When the royal family protested this injustice, the Roman response was designed not merely to punish, but to humiliate and utterly break their spirit. The widowed queen, Boudica, a woman of formidable presence and royal blood, was subjected to the public degradation of a flogging, while her young daughters endured even more grievous outrages. This act of calculated brutality, intended to extinguish the last spark of Iceni pride, instead ignited an inferno of vengeance that would sweep across the nascent province. Boudica, transformed by her suffering from a client queen into a warrior bent on total annihilation, possessed a powerful, charismatic fury. Her personal wrongs resonated deeply with the simmering resentment of her own people and that of their neighbors, the Trinovantes. This tribe had its own bitter grievances. Their capital, Camulodunum, Colchester, had been transformed into a colonia, a settlement for retired Roman legionaries. These veterans, arrogant in their status as conquerors, treated the local Britons with contempt, seizing their farms and lands by force. Furthermore, the Trinovantes were being compelled to finance and build a massive, opulent temple dedicated to the divine Claudius, the very emperor who had subjugated them, a constant, galling reminder of their lost freedom. The timing for rebellion was perfect, as the Roman governor, Gaius Suetonius Paulinus, a ruthlessly efficient commander, was far away, leading his best legions against the last stronghold of the Druids on the island of Mona, now known as Anglesey, off the Welsh coast. With the main Roman army occupied, the storm of the revolt broke with unimaginable speed and fury. The allied tribes, a vast enraged host, descended first upon Camulodunum, the symbol of their oppression. The city was almost entirely without defenses, its retired soldiers ill-prepared for a real war. The rebels poured through the streets, killing, burning, and destroying everything Roman in their path. The veterans made their last stand in the stone temple of Claudius, holding out for 2 days as the city burned around them, before they were finally overwhelmed and massacred. The Roman 9th Legion, stationed at Lincoln, raced south to intervene, but was ambushed in the open countryside by the triumphant Britons. Its infantry was almost completely destroyed, a disaster that sent shockwaves through the Roman command. Archaeologists digging beneath the modern streets of Colchester have found stark, physical proof of this event. A thick, dark stratum of ash, charcoal, and shattered, fire-blackened pottery known as the Boudiccan destruction layer. This same grim signature of total annihilation is also found in the next two cities that lay in the path of the rebellion. Suetonius Paulinus, hearing the catastrophic news, force-marched his troops south with incredible speed, reaching the small but growing port of Londinium, London. It was a thriving commercial hub, but like Camulodunum, it was undefended. Suetonius made the cold, military calculation that he could not save it, and despite the pleas of the inhabitants, he abandoned the city to its fate, retreating to gather his full strength. Boudicca's army fell upon Londinium, slaughtering its inhabitants and burning it to the ground. The same fate was meted out to Verulamium, St. Albans, another pro-Roman town. Roman historians, writing with a sense of horror, claimed that 70 to 80,000 Roman citizens and their allies perished in the three sacked cities. Suetonius finally consolidated his forces, the battle-hardened 14th Legion, a detachment of the 20th, and any auxiliaries he could muster. He had perhaps 10,000 men, a small, disciplined corps of steel against a vast, chaotic sea of rebels, estimated by some sources to be over 100,000. The governor carefully chose his battlefield, a location that remains one of history's great, unsolved mysteries, though Tacitus describes it as a defile with a forest at its back, opening onto a plain. This geography protected his flanks and forced the Britons to attack him head-on. The Britons, overconfident, had brought their families in wagons, arraying them at the rear of the plain to witness the final destruction of the Romans. This proved a fatal error, as it created a barrier to their own retreat. Boudicca, her famous red hair flying, drove her chariot along the lines, urging her warriors to fight for freedom. Suetonius, in contrast, spoke calmly to his men of discipline and the glory of the legion. The Roman line held against the ferocious initial charge, absorbing the shock on their shields, then unleashed their pila, the heavy javelins that punched through the British shields and broke their formation. The legionaries then advanced in their classic wedge-shaped cohorts, a relentless stabbing machine of short swords. The superior Roman discipline and equipment turned the battle into a rout, and then a horrific slaughter as the fleeing Britons became trapped against their own baggage train. The rebellion was crushed in a single, bloody afternoon. Boudicca herself, facing capture, took her own life, choosing poison over the chains of a Roman triumph. The province was saved, but the fiery memory of the Iceni queen and the red layer of ash beneath England's oldest cities would serve as a permanent warning that Roman power, for all its might, rested precariously on the consent of the governed. The ashes of Camulodunum, Londinium, and Verulamium were a brutal lesson, and in the wake of Boudicca's failed rebellion, the Roman administration began the slow, methodical process of reconstruction, this time building with the permanence of stone. The immediate shock of the uprising gave way to a long period of consolidation and expansion as the province of Britannia was more deeply integrated into the imperial machine. The Flavian emperors, beginning with Vespasian, pushed the Roman frontier north and west, with governors like the brilliant Gnaeus Julius Agricola, whose campaigns are meticulously documented by his son-in-law, the historian Tacitus. Between AD 77 and 84, Agricola completed the subjugation of the Welsh tribes, crushed the Brigantes in the north, and even marched his legions deep into Caledonia, the land we now call Scotland. He won a crushing victory at a mysterious battle site called Mons Graupius, a victory so complete that Tacitus claimed the end of Britain had been found. Agricola even had the fleet circumnavigate the island, proving for the first time that it was indeed an island. Yet this northern expansion proved ephemeral. The wild, hilly terrain of the Scottish Highlands was ill-suited to Roman control, and the tribes there remained fiercely independent. Soon after Agricola's recall, the legions began to pull back, and the imperial mindset shifted from one of limitless conquest to one of defined, defended borders. This profound change in strategy was given monumental form by the Emperor Hadrian, who visited Britannia in AD 122. He ordered the construction of a barrier that would span the entire width of the island, from the Tyne estuary in the east to the Solway Firth in the west. This was Hadrian's Wall, a 73-mile-long declaration of Roman power, a line drawn upon the map made manifest in stone and turf. It was not merely a wall, but a complex, breathing military system garrisoned by auxiliaries from across the empire, Gauls, Thracians, and Syrians, who lived in the great forts or castra that punctuated its length, such as housesteads or vindolanda. Between these were the smaller mile castles and signal turrets, all linked by a military road, with a great defensive ditch, the vallum, running behind it. It was the edge of the known world, a place of wind, rain, and constant watchful vigilance. For a brief period, his successor, Antoninus Pius, would push north again, building a new turf wall between the Forth and the Clyde. But this Antonine wall was abandoned after only 20 years, the frontier settling permanently back at Hadrian's Great Stone Line. Behind this shield, the southern part of Britannia truly blossomed into a civilized Roman province, enjoying a golden age that would last for much of the 2nd and 3rd centuries. The landscape became dotted with magnificent villas, the luxurious country estates of the wealthy Romano-British elite. Excavations at places like Fishbourne in Sussex, which may have been the palace of a client king, or Chedworth in Gloucestershire, reveal a life of profound comfort. Intricate mosaics depicting scenes from classical mythology, extensive bath suites, and the ingenious hypocaust system of underfloor heating that kept the damp chill of the British winter at bay. The old tribal centers were rebuilt as Roman towns, or civitates, with stone forums, basilicas, temples, and amphitheaters. Eboracum, York, became the military capital of the north. Aquae Sulis, Bath, became a sophisticated spa resort built around a hot spring sacred to both the Celtic Sulis and the Roman Minerva. And Londinium grew into a sprawling cosmopolitan port, its wharves bustling with trade from across the empire. This long peace, however, began to show fine cracks as the 3rd century wore on. The wider Roman Empire was entering a period of crisis, beset by civil wars, economic instability, and pressure on its borders. Britannia, isolated and possessing a powerful garrison, became a tempting power base for ambitious generals. In AD 286, a naval commander named Carausius declared himself emperor in Britain, taking control of the island and parts of northern Gaul. He was a capable ruler, repelling sea raiders and creating a short-lived Britannic empire until he was murdered and replaced by his treasurer, Allectus, who was in turn defeated by the Central Empire. This episode, though brief, demonstrated the province's growing self-reliance and its increasing vulnerability, especially from the sea. This new maritime threat came from Germanic tribes, the Saxons, Angles, Jutes, and Frisians, who poured out of northern Germany and Denmark in their long, shallow draft ships, raiding the wealthy, undefended coasts of the southeast. In response, the Romans militarized the coastline, creating a new defensive system known as the Litus Saxonicum, or the Saxon shore. This was a chain of massive stone fortresses built at strategic river mouths and harbors from the washdown to Portsmouth. These forts, such as Burgh Castle in Norfolk or Pevensey in Sussex, were different from the earlier legionary bases. They had towering walls, projecting bastions for artillery, and thick mortar, built to withstand sieges and serve as safe havens. They were the last great military construction project of Roman Britain, a solid, defiant line against the rising tide. But the pressure was becoming overwhelming. In AD 367, the province suffered a catastrophic breakdown known as the Great Conspiracy. In a coordinated, multi-pronged assault, the Picts swept south from Scotland. The Scotti, raiders from Ireland, landed in the west, and the Saxons launched major attacks in the east. Hadrian's Wall was overrun. The general of the Saxon shore was killed, and the province fell into chaos. Order was eventually restored by a general named Count Theodosius, but the damage was profound, and the sense of security was shattered forever. The empire itself was now fighting for its life. In 401, the general Stilicho withdrew legionaries from Britain to defend Italy against the Goths. In 407, the remaining garrison, feeling abandoned, proclaimed one of their own generals, Constantine III, as emperor. He crossed the Channel to Gaul, taking the last of the Roman field army with him, in a desperate bid for the imperial throne, fatally stripping the island of its professional defenders. The end, when it came, was not a dramatic conquest, but a quiet, administrative collapse. Around the year AD 410, the Civitates of Britain, besieged by Saxon raiders, sent a desperate appeal for help to the Emperor Honorius. The emperor, with Goths sacking Rome itself, could offer nothing. His reply, known as the Rescript of Honorius, was simple. The cities of Britain must look to their own defenses. The supply of imperial coinage ceased. The centralized bureaucracy dissolved. The regular army was gone, and the villas, with no security and a collapsing economy, were slowly abandoned, their intricate mosaics covered by dust, and their hypocausts growing cold. Into this power vacuum, the very people the Saxon shore forts were built to repel began to arrive, not just as raiders, but as settlers. The historical narrative, famously recounted by the monk Gildas, tells of a British warlord named Vortigern inviting Saxon mercenaries, led by the legendary brothers Hengist and Horsa, to defend his lands, only for them to turn on their employers. The archaeology suggests a more complex, gradual process of migration and settlement. The Roman chapter of England's story was closing, and a new, darker, and more fragmented age was beginning to dawn, as the mists of the North Sea brought new peoples to the shores of the fading province. The administrative silence left by the departure of the Roman legions in AD 410 was not filled by a new, singular authority, but rather by a chorus of competing voices and the clash of iron on iron. The grand, centralized structure of the Roman province fractured like a sheet of ice breaking apart in the spring thaw, and the land that would one day be called England dissolved into a mosaic of petty kingdoms. The Germanic migrants, the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes, who had first come as raiders and mercenaries, now arrived as settlers, bringing their families, their language, their gods, and their political structures. They carved out territories for themselves, sometimes absorbing the native Romano-British populations, sometimes driving them to the western fringes of the island, into the lands that would become Wales and Cornwall. This was the birth of Anglo-Saxon England, a period of profound transformation, often mythologized in later poetry, like Beowulf, as an age of heroes, monsters, and the smoky gloom of the mead hall. This new political landscape is traditionally known as the Heptarchy, a term derived from the Greek for 7 kingdoms, though in truth the number was rarely so stable. Power was fluid, kingdoms rose and fell, absorbed by their neighbors or splintering internally, but 7 major realms eventually came to dominate the territory. In the south, there were the Saxon kingdoms, Sussex, the kingdom of the South Saxons, nestled along the coast, Essex, the kingdom of the East Saxons, controlling the area around the old Roman port of Londinium, and the most powerful of the 3, Wessex, the kingdom of the West Saxons, which would steadily expand its influence, and centuries later provide the dynasty that would ultimately unite England. To the southeast lay Kent, settled by the Jutes, who, according to the Venerable Bede, originated from a different part of the continent and maintained closer ties to Frankish Gaul, making it a gateway for trade and new ideas. Further north lay the realms of the Angles. East Anglia, a kingdom of fens and coastal estuaries, was home to the Wuffinus dynasty. Mercia, the great kingdom of the Midlands, was a sprawling, powerful entity centered on the Trent Valley, its name meaning border people, as it was constantly pushing west against the Britons. And finally, in the far north, was the vast kingdom of Northumbria, itself a consolidation of 2 earlier realms, Bernicius and Deira, which stretched from the Humber estuary all the way to the Firth of Forth in modern Scotland. These 7 kingdoms were not states in any modern sense, but were led by warlords who called themselves Cyning or King, their authority resting on their personal charisma, their military prowess, and their perceived descent from heroic or divine ancestors, most notably the war god Woden. Their primary duty was to lead their thanes, a warrior aristocracy, in raids against their neighbors and to defend their own borders, rewarding their followers with treasure, weapons, and land. For centuries, these kingdoms were locked in a near-constant struggle for dominance. A particularly powerful king, one who could extract tribute and homage from his neighbors, might be granted the title of Bretwalda, or Britain ruler, an Anglo-Saxon term recorded by Bede that implies a recognized, though often contested, overlordship. The balance of power shifted constantly. In the early 7th century, Kent was dominant, followed by the brief, spectacular rise of East Anglia, and then the ascendancy of Northumbria under its powerful Christian kings. Later, the 8th century would be dominated by Mercia, particularly under its greatest king, Offa, who was powerful enough to build a massive earthwork, Offa's Dyke, to delineate his border with the Welsh, and to correspond as an equal with the great Emperor Charlemagne on the continent. This world, long dismissed as a dark age, was illuminated in 1939 by one of the most astonishing archaeological discoveries ever made in Britain, at a place called Sutton Hoo in Suffolk, the heart of the old kingdom of East Anglia. Beneath an unassuming grassy mound, archaeologists unearthed the spectral imprint of an enormous, 90-foot-long ship. It had been hauled up from the river and buried in a trench, serving as the tomb for a great but unnamed magnate, almost certainly one of the kings of the Wuffingus dynasty. The central burial chamber, though the body itself had dissolved in the acidic soil, was filled with a staggering collection of treasures: a magnificent pattern-welded sword, a vast shield adorned with a bird of prey, a lyre, silver bowls from the Byzantine Empire, and, most famously, an ornate iron helmet with a human-faced mask, its gleaming garnets and gilded bronze fittings speaking to a craftsmanship of incredible sophistication. This burial was not the crude interring of a barbarian warlord, but the final, spectacular statement of a king whose wealth was drawn from plunder and trade, and whose horizons stretched from Scandinavia to the Mediterranean. Into this pagan warrior world, a new and profoundly transformative force was reintroduced: Christianity. The old Roman province had been Christian, but the faith had withered under the pagan Saxons, surviving only in the Celtic lands of the West. In 597, a ship landed on the Isle of Thanet in Kent, carrying a mission sent directly from Pope Gregory the Great in Rome. Its leader was a monk named Augustine, who arrived with a deep apprehension of the barbarous, fierce, and unbelieving nation he had been sent to convert. He found a receptive audience in King Ethelbert of Kent, whose Frankish wife, Bertha, was already a Christian. Augustine established his base at Canterbury, becoming its first archbishop, and slowly the Roman faith began to re-establish its roots, spreading through the southern kingdoms. Simultaneously, a very different strand of Christianity was entering from the north. The Irish Church, which had developed in relative isolation, had a different character. It was monastic, ascetic, and deeply scholarly. In 635, King Oswald of Northumbria, who had spent his exile in the Irish monastery of Iona, invited a monk named Aidan to establish a new monastic center in his kingdom. Aidan founded his monastery on the bleak tidal island of Lindisfarne, which became a beacon of learning and artistry, a place of quiet contemplation that stood in stark contrast to the mead halls of the warrior kings. These two forms of Christianity, the Roman and the Celtic, had different traditions, most visibly in their calculation for the date of Easter. This seemingly minor discrepancy represented a deep cultural divide. The conflict was finally resolved in 664 at the Synod of Whitby, where the Northumbrian king Oswiu listened to the arguments from both sides. He ultimately sided with Rome, a pivotal decision that aligned the future of the English Church with the authority of the Pope and the mainstream of continental Europe, paving the way for a more unified ecclesiastical structure that would in time help foster a unified political one. This fragmented land of 7 kingdoms was slowly, almost imperceptibly, finding a new, common identity, not in blood, but in faith. Just as a new and terrible storm was gathering on the eastern horizon, the growing fragile unity of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, fostered by the shared faith of Canterbury and Lindisfarne, was about to be tested by a storm from the sea, a force of such unpredictable violence that it seemed to many like a divine judgment. The monasteries, those quiet islands of learning and prayer, were the first to feel the impact. On a summer day in AD 793, the community on the sacred island of Lindisfarne, the very heart of Northumbrian Christianity, looked to the eastern horizon and saw the sleek, dragon-prowed silhouettes of longships appearing against the morning sun. The raiders who disembarked were not like any enemy the English had known. They were pagan, ruthless, and moved with terrifying speed. They plundered the golden shrines, butchered the monks, and dragged others away into slavery, an act of sacrilege that sent a tremor of horror through the Christian world. The scholar Alcuin, writing from the court of Charlemagne, lamented, "Never before has such terror appeared in Britain as we have now suffered from a pagan race. The church of St. Cuthbert is spattered with the blood of the priests of God." This raid on Lindisfarne was the opening note of a symphony of destruction that would define the next century. For decades, these raiders, known to us as the Vikings, continued their assaults, appearing from the sea without warning, sacking coastal settlements and wealthy undefended monasteries, then vanishing with their plunder before any local fyrd or militia could be raised. They were masters of the sea, their shallow draft ships capable of navigating not just the open ocean, but also of probing deep inland, striking at the heart of the kingdoms via their river systems. The English response was fragmented, each kingdom left to defend its own coastline against an enemy that seemed to be everywhere at once. The attacks grew in scale and frequency, and soon the raiders began to change their tactics, no longer just hitting and running, but establishing fortified winter camps, known as long forts, on islands in the river estuaries, such as Sheppey in Kent. From these bases, they could terrorize the surrounding countryside year-round. Then, in the autumn of AD 865, the very nature of the threat changed fundamentally. A new force landed in East Anglia, not a raiding party, but a massive coordinated army, known in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as the Mysel Hathen Heer, the Great Heathen Army. This was an army of conquest, a coalition of war bands from across Scandinavia, perhaps led by the legendary sons of Ragnar Lothbrok, Ivar the Boneless, Halfdan, and Ubba, allegedly seeking to avenge their father's death. Modern historians debate the army's true size, but its impact was undeniable. It was a force large enough to topple kingdoms. After wintering in East Anglia, which bought peace by providing the army with horses, the Vikings marched north in 866, striking at the heart of Northumbria, which was conveniently weakened by a bitter civil war. They stormed the great city of Eboracum, York, capturing it with ease. The Northumbrians, uniting too late, attempted to retake the city, but were annihilated. The Vikings had seized the capital of the north, which they would transform into their own bustling Scandinavian city of Jorvik. From this secure base, the great army turned its attention south. In 869, Ivar the Boneless led his forces back into East Anglia, this time not for tribute, but for submission. The East Anglian king, Edmund, confronted them, but was defeated and captured. According to tradition, he was offered his life and kingdom if he would renounce his Christian faith and rule as a Viking vassal. Edmund refused. His captors, in their fury, tied him to a tree, scourged him, and then used him for archery practice, filling his body with so many arrows that he resembled a hedgehog before finally beheading him. His martyrdom, a story of royal piety in the face of pagan cruelty, would make him one of England's most revered saints. With his death, the ancient kingdom of East Anglia, the kingdom of the Sutton Hoo ship burial, was extinguished, its lands absorbed by the invaders. The army then moved on the last great Midland kingdom, Mercia. They advanced up the River Trent to the royal center of Repton, a site of great religious importance. Recent archaeology at Repton has confirmed the chronicle's account, revealing the unmistakable traces of a massive D-shaped earthwork dug by the Vikings to defend their winter camp, built right against the wall of the existing church. Within this area, a mass grave was discovered containing the disarticulated bones of at least 264 individuals, overwhelmingly male, many showing signs of violent death, the grim remains of the Mercian army that had tried to stop them. Nearby, a separate high-status burial held the body of a large man, surrounded by weapons and Viking grave goods, a poignant symbol of the pagan presence in a Christian holy site. The Mercian king, Burgred, fled in despair, making a pilgrimage to Rome, where he died in exile. The great heathen army had broken Mercia, installing a puppet king in his place and effectively ending its independence. By 874, the political map of England had been catastrophically redrawn. 3 of the great Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, Northumbria, East Anglia, and Mercia, had been destroyed, their royal lines broken, their lands occupied. Only one kingdom remained, Wessex. The army had begun to settle the lands it had conquered, marking a new phase in its relationship with England. In 876, the chronicle reports that the leader Halfdan shared out the land of the Northumbrians, and they proceeded to plow and to support themselves. This was the birth of the Danelaw. This was not just a line on a map, but a vast territory covering almost all of eastern England, from the Thames to the Tees, where Danish, not English, law and custom held sway. It was a land of new place names, ending in by, village, or thorp, hamlet, a land of new social classes, such as the sokemen or free peasants, and a new commercial energy centered on fortified towns, known as the Five Boroughs: Derby, Nottingham, Leicester, Lincoln, and Stamford. The very idea of England was shrinking, its future pushed back into the marshes and hills of the southwest, its fate now resting entirely on the resilience and ingenuity of the one kingdom that had not yet fallen. Into this desperate, fractured landscape stepped one of the few figures in English history to be universally afforded the title of the Great. When Alfred ascended the throne of Wessex in AD 871, he was not a triumphant king, but a young man inheriting a kingdom on the very brink of annihilation. He was the fourth of 4 brothers to wear the crown in quick succession, the previous ones having been worn down or killed in the relentless struggle against the great heathen army. Alfred himself was a scholar by nature, a man who famously lamented the decay of learning, and who, as a child, had been taken on pilgrimage to Rome. He was a king who would rather have been reading Boethius than fighting in a muddy shield wall, yet history had called him to be a warrior, and a warrior he became. His first year as king was a brutal education, a series of desperate, inconclusive battles that bled his kingdom white. The true nadir, the moment when the very concept of an English kingdom almost vanished from history, came in the winter of 878. After a period of uneasy truce, A new Viking army, led by the formidable warlord Guthrum, launched a surprise attack, storming the royal stronghold at Chippenham while Alfred was celebrating Christmas. The West Saxon army was shattered and scattered. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, in a famous bleak passage, records that the army overran the land of the West Saxons and occupied it, and drove many of the people across the sea, and conquered most of the others, and the people submitted to them, except King Alfred. Alfred, with a small band of loyal Thens, became a fugitive in his own kingdom, forced to retreat into the dense, watery wilderness of the Somerset Levels, a landscape of bogs, reeds, and isolated islands. It is from this period that the most famous and perhaps apocryphal story of Alfred emerges, the tale of the king taking refuge in a cowherd's hut and being so lost in thought, so consumed by the weight of his kingdom's fate, that he allowed the peasant woman's cakes to burn, earning him a sharp scolding. The story, first appearing centuries later, is almost certainly a fabrication, yet its persistence in the national myth speaks to a profound truth. It humanizes the king, showing him not as a remote hero, but as a man humbled by circumstance, his focus on a far greater struggle. The reality was less domestic and far more desperate. On a small, defensible island of dry land at Athelney, Alfred built a small fortress, a burh, from which he waged a guerrilla war against the occupiers, a lonely beacon of resistance in a conquered land. Slowly, meticulously, he sent out messengers, rallying the Fyrds, the local militias of Somerset, Wiltshire, and part of Hampshire. In the spring of 878, after months in the wilderness, the time came to make his stand. The chronicle describes the scene as the men of these shires, seeing their king alive and ready to fight, were joyful at his presence. He had become a symbol of their lost hope. He marched his newly gathered army to a place called Ecgbert's Stan, Egbert's Stone, and from there advanced on the main Viking army, which had encamped near Eddington. The battle that followed was not a skirmish, but a brutal, grinding engagement, a clash of two great shield walls that lasted for most of the day. Alfred's men, fighting with the desperate courage of those with nothing left to lose, finally broke the Viking line. The pagans fled to their fortress at Chippenham, and Alfred, in a masterful strategic move, did not try to storm it, but besieged it, systematically starving them out. After 14 days, Guthrum surrendered, but Alfred's brilliance was not merely military. It was profoundly political. He did not execute his rival or simply drive him away. Instead, he imposed a peace, the Treaty of Wedmore, that was designed to transform his enemy into a part of his new order. He forced Guthrum to do two things. First, to withdraw his army from Wessex, and second, to accept Christian baptism. In a symbolic act of immense power, Alfred himself stood as Guthrum's godfather, giving him the Christian name of Ethelstan. This was a masterstroke, a political and theological binding of the Viking warlord, bringing him into the community of Christian kings and making any future war an act of apostasy, not just of treaty breaking. This treaty formally recognized the Danelaw, but it also drew its boundaries, effectively partitioning England between the Viking-held lands of the north and east and Alfred's resurgent Wessex. Having saved his kingdom, Alfred now set about ensuring it could never be so threatened again. He was a revolutionary reformer, a king who understood that military victory was useless without social and cultural resilience. His first and most tangible reform was military. He created a system of fortified towns, the burhs, a network of over 30 fortresses, many built on the foundations of old Iron Age forts or Roman towns that studded the landscape of Wessex. These were not just garrisons, but proto-cities, designed so that no person in his kingdom was more than 20 miles, a day's march, from a place of safety. He reorganized the army, dividing the fyrd so that one half was always in the field, while the other tended the crops. He also designed a new fleet of ships, larger and faster than the Viking longships, to meet the raiders on the sea, earning him the reputation as the father of the English navy. But his most profound legacy was cultural. Alfred looked at his kingdom and saw that the decades of war had not just destroyed buildings, but had annihilated learning. He lamented that so general was the decay of learning in England that there were very few on this side of the Humber who could translate a letter from Latin into English. He believed that this ignorance was a mortal danger, that a people who did not understand God's word or their own history could not survive. And so, he initiated one of the most ambitious educational programs in history. He gathered scholars from across England and Europe and began a systematic translation of the most important books he could find, works of theology, philosophy, and history, from Latin into the vernacular, Old English, the language of the people. He himself participated, translating works like Boethius's The Consolation of Philosophy and Pope Gregory's Pastoral Care. This act not only preserved learning, but it elevated the English language, making it a vessel for high thought and national identity. He also commissioned the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, transforming it from a simple set of annals into a national narrative, the story of the angel sin, the English kin, a people united by faith and a common past, facing a shared destiny. Alfred did not reconquer all of England, but he saved the idea of England, forging a new identity in the fire of the Viking Wars, an identity that would empower his successors to build the nation he had envisioned. The kingdom that Alfred had imagined, one of learning and a unified angel sin, was not an inheritance he simply passed on, but a project his descendants would have to build with iron and ingenuity. His son, Edward the Elder, and perhaps even more remarkably, his daughter, Ethelfled, the Lady of the Mercians, did not simply defend the borders Alfred had drawn. They advanced, adopting his strategy of building burhs not as defensive bastions, but as offensive staging posts, pushing methodically into the Danelaw, fortifying and liberating the old Mercian towns. This campaign of reconquest was continued with even greater vigor by Edward's son, Ethelstan, Alfred's grandson, who achieved what his grandfather had only dreamed of. In 927, Ethelstan marched north and captured the great Viking city of Jorvik, or York, expelling its Scandinavian king. This was a moment of profound significance. For the first time, a single West Saxon king ruled over virtually all the disparate peoples of England. Ethelstan's new kingdom was immediately tested. In 937, a massive coalition of his enemies, the King of the Scots, the King of Strathclyde, and the Viking rulers of Dublin, invaded northern England to shatter his newfound power. The resulting confrontation, the Battle of Brunanburh, is one of the most important and yet frustratingly mysterious events in English history. We know from poetry and the Chronicle that it was a titanic, day-long battle, a great slaughter that confirmed the supremacy of the English king, but its location has been lost to time, a subject of intense and academic debate. Aethelstan, victorious, was the first to style himself Rex Totius Britanniae, the king of all Britain. The fragmented heptarchy was gone, replaced by a single, unified English crown, a political entity that, despite future turmoil, would never again be permanently fractured. This unity, however, was tested by a second, even more organized wave of Scandinavian violence in the late 10th and early 11th centuries. The reign of Ethelred the Unready was a long, slow-motion disaster. Unlike the raiders of Alfred's time, these new Vikings were the professional armies of centralized kingdoms, particularly Denmark. Ethelred's policy was not one of organized resistance, but of tribute, the infamous Danegelds. He sought to buy peace, paying staggering sums of silver, much of which has been found in Scandinavian hoards, a strategy that only demonstrated weakness and encouraged the attackers to return for more. The crisis culminated in the full-scale invasion by the King of Denmark, Svein Forkbeard, who in 1013 sought not just plunder, but the crown itself. Ethelred, the English king, fled into exile, seeking refuge at the court of his wife's brother, the Duke of Normandy. This single act, this flight to Normandy, would set in motion the chain of events that would unravel the Anglo-Saxon kingdom 50 years later. Sweyn died shortly after his triumph, but his campaign was ruthlessly completed by his son, Cnut the Great. Cnut defeated Ethelred's valiant son, Edmund Ironside, at the Battle of Ascendun in 1016. The two kings agreed to partition the realm, echoing the treaty of Alfred and Guthrum, but Edmund died weeks later, and Cnut seized the entire kingdom. He became the master of a vast North Sea empire, ruling as King of England, Denmark, and Norway. Yet Cnut, a convert to Christianity, ruled England not as a foreign conqueror, but as an Anglo-Saxon king, marrying Ethelred's widow and upholding the laws of his predecessors. When Cnut's sons died without heirs, the English Witan or Council looked back to the old West Saxon line. They recalled Ethelred's son, Edward, from his long exile in Normandy. In 1042, Edward, known to history as the Confessor for his deep piety, ascended the throne. Edward was king, but he was a king with a fatal weakness. He was childless. His reign was dominated by the question of what would happen when he died. Though he sat on the English throne, his heart and his upbringing were Norman. He surrounded himself with Norman advisors, to the great frustration of the powerful English aristocracy. The most powerful of these was the Godwin family of Wessex. Godwin, the Earl of Wessex, and his sons, particularly the charismatic and militarily gifted Harold Godwinson, became the de facto rulers of the kingdom, holding vast estates and commanding England's armies. The central drama of Edward's reign was this power struggle between the king's Norman favorites and the ambitious Godwinsons. This left a vacuum of authority at the very heart of the kingdom, a vacuum that three men believed they were destined to fill. The crisis finally broke on January 5th, 1066, when Edward the Confessor died in his newly consecrated Westminster Abbey. On his deathbed, he supposedly reached out and named Harold Godwinson as his protector and successor. The Witan, seeing the danger of an empty throne, proclaimed Harold king, and he was crowned the very next day. But this act, though legitimate in the eyes of the English council, was a challenge to two other powerful men who believed the crown was theirs. In Norway, the fierce warrior king Harold Hardrada, Hard Ruler, a veteran of the Byzantine Varangian Guard, claimed the throne based on a flimsy agreement between his predecessor and Chanut's son. And across the Channel, in Normandy, Duke William, the formidable and ruthless ruler of the Normans, was incandescent with rage. He claimed that his kinsman, Edward the Confessor, had promised him the throne years earlier, and that Harold Godwinson himself had been shipwrecked in Normandy in 1064 and had sworn a sacred oath on holy relics to support William's claim. Harold's coronation was in William's eyes a perjured usurpation. The year 1066 thus became the year of 3 kings and 2 invasions. Harold Godwinson, the king on the throne, had to defend his realm against 2 separate simultaneous attacks from opposite directions. The first blow came from the north. Harold Hardrada, allied with Harold Godwinson's own estranged brother, Tostig, sailed up the Humber and defeated the northern English earls. Harold, demonstrating incredible speed and logistical brilliance, force-marched his elite troops, the Huscarls, and the southern Fyrd North. On September 25th, he caught the Norwegian army completely by surprise at Stamford Bridge, near York. The battle was a savage, decisive English victory. Hardrada and Tostig were both slain, and the Viking army was annihilated. It was a triumph that effectively marked the end of the Viking Age in England. But as Harold stood victorious on the battlefield, a messenger arrived, exhausted, bearing the worst possible news. 3 days after the battle, the winds in the Channel had finally changed, and William of Normandy's invasion fleet had landed unopposed at Pevensey on the southern coast. The king, his army battered and exhausted from a march north and a brutal battle, now had to turn and march all the way south again to face a fresh, disciplined, and consecrated army in a battle that would decide the fate of England. The exhausted English army, having achieved an almost miraculous victory in the north, now stood on a ridge of high ground, a place called Senlac Hill, 7 miles from Hastings. King Harold Godwinson, depleted but resolute, formed his men into the traditional formidable English defense, the shield wheel, the shield wall, a dense interlocking barrier of linden wood shields and spears. They had the advantage of the high ground, a position that should have been unassailable, and for an entire day they proved that it nearly was, as they prepared to face an enemy unlike any they had fought before. Duke William's army, arrayed on the marshy ground below, was a modern, combined arms force, a concept foreign to the English way of war. He possessed disciplined blocks of infantry, squadrons of heavy cavalry, warriors on horseback who fought as a unit, and crucially, batteries of archers. The battle, which began on the morning of October the 14th, 1066, was a brutal, attritional struggle, a clash of tactical philosophies. The Norman cavalry charged repeatedly up the slope, their lances shattering against the unwavering wall of English shields, the horses recoiling from the terrible hedge of spears. For hours the English line held firm, the battle's outcome hanging in a perilous balance, so much so that at one point a panic swept the Norman ranks with the rumor that the Duke himself had fallen. William, in a famous gesture, rode along his lines, lifting his helmet to show his face, shouting that he lived and would conquer by God's grace. As the afternoon sun began to wane, William employed a tactic of deadly cunning, the feigned retreat. His cavalry charged, broke in apparent panic, and fled down the hill, enticing segments of the English line, perhaps the less disciplined fyrd, to break formation and chase them in triumph. Once the English were on the open, level ground, their protective shield wall broken, the Norman knights wheeled their horses and cut them to pieces. This maneuver, repeated several times, slowly thinned the English ranks. The final, fatal blow came as the light faded. King Harold, exhausted, was struck down. The Bayeux Tapestry, that extraordinary embroidered narrative of the Conquest, famously depicts a figure with an arrow in his eye, a story that has become legend. The reality, according to other accounts, was perhaps more brutal. A dedicated Norman squad cut its way through the remaining huscarls and hacked the English king to pieces on the spot. With Harold dead and his brothers Gurth and Leofwine also slain, the English line finally disintegrated, the remaining survivors fleeing into the dusk. William of Normandy, now William the Conqueror, did not march directly on London, but instead wheeled his army in a great, intimidating arc around the south, burning and terrorizing as he went, cutting the capital off from the rest of the country. The remaining English leadership, the Witan, including the young, uncrowned Edgar the Atheling, the last heir of the West Saxon line, recognized the futility of further resistance. They met William at Berkhamsted and submitted to his will. On Christmas Day, 1066, in Edward the Confessor's new Westminster Abbey, the Norman Duke was crowned King of England. The ceremony itself was a portent of the coming disconnect. When the congregation shouted their acclamation in English, the nervous Norman guards outside mistook the noise for a riot and set fire to the surrounding houses. A new, harsh, and foreign-speaking master had arrived. This was the beginning of what would be known as the Norman yoke, a profound and often brutal reshaping of English society. The first and most visible instruments of this new control were castles. The Anglo-Saxons had built fortified burhs for communal defense, but they did not build the private castles of the continental feudal style. William introduced them immediately, a tool of occupation and intimidation. These were the motte and bailey castles, rapidly constructed fortresses of earth and timber. A great, steep-sided mound, the motte, was topped with a wooden watchtower, while a fenced enclosure below, the bailey, protected the garrison. They were deliberately ugly, scarred onto the landscape, often built right on top of existing Anglo-Saxon settlements or in the midst of rebellious towns, a constant looming reminder to the local populace of where the new power resided. The yoke was, above all, a revolution in land ownership. William declared that all land in England was his by right of conquest, and he proceeded to dispossess virtually the entire Anglo-Saxon aristocracy, the earls and thegns who had governed England for centuries. Their estates were seized and redistributed to his loyal Norman, Breton, and Flemish barons, who held them in tenure from the king in exchange for military service. By the time of William's death, fewer than 5% of the land was held by English nobles. This was not a merger. It was a wholesale replacement, creating a new, French-speaking ruling class that was utterly dependent on the king and entirely separate from the people they ruled. This new order was not accepted passively. The North, in particular, remained a hotbed of rebellion. In 1069, a major uprising, supported by the Danes, culminated in the massacre of the Norman garrison at York. William's response was not merely a military campaign, but an act of calculated terror known as the Harrying of the North. He marched his army through Yorkshire and Durham, systematically burning crops, slaughtering livestock, and killing the inhabitants. He destroyed the very means of life, poisoning the soil with salt. The chroniclers, even Norman ones, wrote in horror of the devastation, a man-made famine so complete that it left the north a depopulated wasteland for a generation, its grim silence recorded even 2 decades later. To finalize and codify his conquest, William commissioned an act of administrative genius that was also an instrument of total control. In 1086, he sent his commissioners into every shire, every hundred, every village, to record exactly who owned what, down to the last ox and cow and pig, as one chronicler famously complained. The resulting inventory, 2 massive volumes known as the Domesday Book, was a detailed survey of all the wealth and productive capacity of his new kingdom. It was a tax ledger, a land registry, and a blueprint for feudal power, ensuring that not a single penny of revenue, nor a single knight owed in service, was hidden from the king's gaze. The conquest also created a linguistic and cultural chasm that would take centuries to heal. The court, the law, and the nobility now spoke Norman French. Latin remained the language of the church, while Old English, the language of Alfred's translations, became the debased patois of the peasantry, a language of the conquered. William also remade the church, replacing the English Archbishop Stigand with the brilliant Italian scholar Lanfranc, and systematically installing Norman bishops and abbots. The very fabric of English society, from the man who owned the local manor to the language spoken in the hall and the bishop who sat in the cathedral, had been profoundly and irrevocably altered. The Norman crown, forged in the fires of Hastings and secured by the cold inventory of the Domesday Book, did not guarantee a peaceful succession. When William the Conqueror died in 1087, his vast holdings, Normandy and England, were split, leading to decades of rivalry between his sons. This brutal competition was followed by a brief, harsh period of stability under his youngest son, Henry I, a ruler known for his scholarly mind and his ruthless sense of justice. But this hard-won order was shattered in a single tragic night in 1120. Henry's only legitimate son and heir, William Adelin, was crossing the Channel, his vessel, the Blanche Nef, or White Ship, filled with the exuberant young nobles of the court. The ship, its crew and passengers drunk on celebratory wine, struck a submerged rock and foundered. The loss was total, a single, shattering moment of icy water and desperate cries in the darkness, extinguishing the male line of the Norman kings. This disaster plunged the kingdom into one of the darkest periods in its history. Henry I, in a desperate bid to secure the future, forced his barons to swear an oath to support his only other legitimate child, his daughter Matilda. But when Henry died in 1135, the oaths were broken. The deeply ingrained misogyny of the age, combined with the barons' fear of Matilda's haughty and foreign-born husband, Geoffrey of Anjou, led them to betray their promise. Instead, they flocked to Henry's popular nephew, Stephen of Blois, who seized the throne in a swift coup. Matilda, however, was not a woman to be set aside. The result was a 19-year civil war known as the Anarchy. This was not a war of decisive battles, but a grinding, localized breakdown of all authority, a time when God and his saints slept, as the Peterborough Chronicle despairingly recorded. Rival barons built adulterine castles, terrorized the peasantry, and minted their own coins, the kingdom fracturing into a lawless patchwork of private feuds. Out of this chaos, a new figure emerged, the one man who could bridge the divide. He was Matilda's son, Henry, the product of her marriage to Geoffrey of Anjou. This young man was a dynamo, a figure of restless, almost terrifying energy, a scholar, a soldier, and a statesman. He had inherited the county of Anjou from his father, the duchy of Normandy from his mother, and in 1152 he made the single most brilliant dynastic marriage of the 12th century. He wed Eleanor of Aquitaine, a woman of extraordinary intelligence and ambition, who had just secured her divorce from the pious King of France, finding him more monk than husband. This marriage was a geopolitical earthquake, for Eleanor was not a mere bride. She was the Duchess of Aquitaine, a vast, wealthy, and cultured territory that comprised almost all of southwestern France. When King Stephen finally died in 1154, the exhausted English barons honored the treaty they had made, and Henry of Anjou sailed to England to be crowned King Henry II. This was the birth of the Angevin Empire. This was not a kingdom, but a dynastic accumulation, a vast, multilingual, and fundamentally unstable collection of territories held together only by the relentless, personal energy of one man. From his court at Westminster, Henry II ruled an empire that stretched from the Cheviot Hills bordering Scotland down through England, across Normandy and Anjou, and south through Aquitaine to the foothills of the Pyrenees. He held more of France than the King of France did, a reality that would sow the seeds of centuries of future conflict. Henry II, however, was far more than a mere collector of territories. He was a revolutionary administrator, a king obsessed with order, perhaps as a reaction to the chaos of the anarchy he had grown up in. His greatest and most lasting legacy was the establishment of English common law, where justice had been a patchwork of local custom, baronial whim, and ecclesiastical courts. Henry sought to create a single royal system available to all free men. He institutionalized the system of traveling judges, the justices in eyre, who rode circuit from shire to shire, bringing the king's law to the king's subjects, slowly supplanting the feudal courts of the barons. He also formalized the jury system, not yet the trial jury we know, but the assize, a body of sworn local men, knights, or freeholders, who were summoned to report, under oath, on the facts of a case. This was the genesis of a legal structure that would one day define the Anglo-American world. But Henry's restless desire for order also set him on a collision course with the only institution more powerful than his own throne, the Church. The specific point of conflict was criminous clerks, members of the clergy who committed secular crimes. The Church insisted they could only be tried in its own, more lenient courts, a privilege Henry, obsessed with a single standard of justice, found intolerable. To resolve this, he appointed his trusted friend and worldly chancellor, Thomas Becket, as the new Archbishop of Canterbury in 1162, expecting him to be a pliant ally. Henry had disastrously misjudged his man. Becket, upon taking the archbishopric, underwent a profound spiritual transformation, embracing an ascetic, uncompromising defense of the Church's rights that was as stubborn as Henry's own will. The conflict escalated, culminating in the Constitutions of Clarendon in 1164, Henry's attempt to codify the king's supremacy over the church. Becket refused, fled into exile, and for 6 years, a bitter Cold War raged between the two men. In 1170, a fragile truce was brokered, and Becket returned to Canterbury. But his old arrogance returned with him, and he promptly excommunicated the bishops who had sided with the king. When news of this reached Henry, who was holding court in Normandy, the king flew into one of his famous, terrifying rages, reputedly shouting the fatal words, "What miserable drones and traitors have I nurtured and promoted in my household, who let their lord be treated with such shameful contempt by a low-born clerk?" 4 of his household knights, taking this as a royal command, slipped away, took a ship to England, and rode to Canterbury. They found Becket in his own cathedral. The knights, clad in mail, their swords drawn in the flickering candlelight of the holy sanctuary, cut the archbishop down upon the very steps of the altar. The murder was a profound sacrilege that shocked the whole of Christendom. Becket was almost instantly proclaimed a martyr, and miracles were reported at his tomb. Henry, facing excommunication and international horror, was forced into a humiliating public penance, walking barefoot through the streets of Canterbury to be scourged by the monks. The end of Henry's life was not one of imperial glory, but of Shakespearean tragedy, haunted by his viper's brood. His sons, driven by ambition and encouraged by their estranged mother, Eleanor, whom Henry had imprisoned, rose in constant rebellion. In 1189, old, ill, and defeated in his last war, Henry was forced to sue for peace with his rebellious son, Richard, and the King of France. When he was shown the list of those who had betrayed him, the very first name on it was that of his youngest and favorite son, John. The old king, his heart broken, turned his face to the wall and reputedly whispered, "Now let the world go as it will. I care for nothing more." He died days later, the most powerful king in Europe, but a man defeated by his own family. When Henry II's great Angevin Empire passed to his son Richard I in 1189, England, in effect, exchanged a resident administrator for a glorious and ruinously expensive abstraction. Richard the Lionheart was the epitome of the chivalric warrior king, a formidable general and a charismatic leader, but he was a king who held England in little regard, famously stating he would have sold London itself if he could have found a buyer. His heart was not in the damp northern kingdom he had inherited, but in the sun-scorched lands of the Holy Land. His entire reign was consumed by a single, overriding passion, the Third Crusade. He spent only a few months of his 10-year rule in England, his sole purpose being to drain the kingdom of its wealth to finance his vast military enterprise. He sold off offices, titles, and lands, imposing a staggering tax burden to equip his army for the war against Saladin. This legendary crusade, while cementing Richard's personal reputation, nearly bankrupted his kingdom. His return journey was even more disastrous. He was shipwrecked, captured by his enemy, the Duke of Austria, and imprisoned in a German castle. The price of his ransom was a sum of incomprehensible scale, perhaps 2 or 3 times the entire annual income of the English crown, and the kingdom was bled white once more, to free a king it barely knew. While Richard was absent, his treacherous, scheming younger brother John, known as Lackland, attempted to seize the throne. When Richard finally returned, he forgave his brother, a moment of magnanimity that would have catastrophic consequences, before leaving again almost immediately to campaign in France, where he died in 1199, struck by a crossbow bolt while besieging a minor castle. John, having been named heir, finally became king, and his reign would be a masterclass in political, military, and personal failure. Where Richard had been a celebrated warrior, John was regarded as cruel, grasping, and worst of all, militarily inept. His failures were so profound that they managed to alienate every significant power base in his kingdom: the barons, the people, and the church. The first disaster was the loss of the Continental Empire. John entered a complex feudal and personal dispute with King Philip II of France, which was exacerbated by his suspected murder of his own nephew and rival claimant, Arthur of Brittany. Philip, a shrewd and patient ruler, used this as a legal pretext to declare all of John's vast French holdings, Normandy, Anjou, Maine, forfeit. By 1204, after a series of military fiascos, the ancestral lands of the Norman kings were lost. This was a geopolitical and an emotional shock. The Anglo-Norman barons, who had held estates on both sides of the Channel, were forced to choose. They became, for the first time, simply English. John's second great conflict was with the Church, specifically with Pope Innocent III, one of the most powerful and formidable pontiffs in history. When the Archbishop of Canterbury died, John tried to install his own candidate. The Pope rejected him, installing his own, the brilliant scholar Stephen Langton. John, in a fit of rage, refused to allow Langton to enter England. The Pope's response was slow and devastating. In 1208, he placed all of England under an interdict, a terrible collective punishment that banned all church services. Churches were locked, marriages could not be celebrated, and the dead were buried in unconsecrated ground. In 1209, he excommunicated John himself, casting the king out of the Christian community and, in theory, freeing his subjects from their oaths of loyalty. Facing a threatened French invasion and widespread rebellion at home, John was forced into a humiliating capitulation in 1213. He not only accepted Langton as archbishop, but formally surrendered his entire kingdom to the Pope, receiving it back as a papal fief, a vassal of Rome. To fund his disastrous wars and pay his massive fines to the Pope, John turned on his own barons with a rapacious, arbitrary tyranny. He used the royal justice system not as a source of order, but as a tool of extortion, imposing crushing, random fines for imaginary offenses. He demanded exorbitant scutage, the money paid by knights in lieu of military service, and then lost the wars they had paid him to avoid. When his final expensive attempt to retake his French lands was shattered at the Battle of Bouvines in 1214, the patience of the English nobility finally broke. A coalition of powerful northern barons, feeling themselves betrayed and illegally oppressed, renounced their feudal oaths of fealty. In the spring of 1215, they marched south, capturing the city of London and forcing the king to the negotiating table. On June 15, 1215, in a water meadow by the River Thames called Runnymede, King John, cornered and with no other options, met the rebellious barons and affixed his royal seal to a document they had prepared, a list of demands known as the Magna Carta, or Great Charter. This was not, as it would later be mythologized, a charter of universal rights and democracy. It was a deeply conservative, feudal document written by barons to protect their own class interests against the king's overreach. It was a reaction against one specific, terrible king. And yet, buried within its 63 clauses were the seeds of a profound constitutional idea that the king himself was not above the law, but was subject to it. Many clauses dealt with specific feudal customs, but a few resonated with a timeless power. Clause 40 declared, "To no one will we sell, to no one deny or delay right or justice." And most famously, Clause 39, which would echo down the centuries, stated, "No free man shall be seized or imprisoned, or stripped of his rights or possessions, or outlawed or exiled, or deprived of his standing in any other way. Nor will we proceed with force against him, or send others to do so, except by the lawful judgment of his equals, or by the law of the land." This was the genesis of due process, the protection against arbitrary power. To ensure the king's compliance, the charter even included a security clause, establishing a council of 25 barons with the power to seize the king's castles and possessions if he broke his word, a truly revolutionary concept. John, of course, had no intention of honoring this agreement. He appealed to his new overlord, the Pope, who immediately declared the charter null and void, plunging the kingdom into a brutal civil war, the First Barons' War. John died the next year, in 1216, raging against his fate, but the idea of the charter proved more powerful than the king. To save the crown for John's 9-year-old son, Henry III, the royalist regents immediately reissued a modified version of the charter, and it was this document, not John's capitulation, that became the cornerstone of English law. The Great Charter, reissued in the name of the boy king Henry III, became not an end to the conflict, but the very document over which the next long, turbulent reign would be fought. Henry III, the son of the disastrous King John, was a man of deep piety and refined artistic taste, a king who poured his soul and the kingdom's treasury into the Gothic splendor of rebuilding Westminster Abbey. Yet he possessed his father's political ineptitude, surrounding himself with foreign favorites and ruling with a high-handedness that ignored the growing consensus that the king, too, was bound by the agreements of Runnymede. For decades, his relationship with his barons was a slow, simmering dispute over power, patronage, and the fundamental rights enshrined in the charter. This dispute finally found its champion in a charismatic and deeply driven nobleman, Simon de Montfort, the Earl of Leicester. De Montfort, a Frenchman by birth, but an Englishman by ambition, became the unlikely leader of a baronial reform movement. This movement culminated in 1258 with the Provisions of Oxford, a radical program that for a time effectively stripped the king of his autocratic power and placed the government in the hands of a baronial council. This was Magna Carta taken to its logical, revolutionary extreme. King Henry, predictably, fought to regain his authority, plunging the kingdom into the chaos of the Second Barons' War. This time, the conflict was not just about feudal rights, but about the very nature of kingship. At the Battle of Lewes in 1264, de Montfort's army achieved a stunning victory, capturing not only King Henry, but also his formidable son, the Lord Edward. For the next year, Simon de Montfort was the de facto ruler of England. In a bid to consolidate his power, he summoned a council, or parliament, that included not only the traditional barons and clergy, but for the first time, representatives from the shires and the towns, the knights and the burgesses. It was a tactical move, but one that would have profound, unforeseen consequences for the future of English government. The Lord Edward, however, was not his father's son. He was a tall, imposing, and ruthless strategist, forged in the crucible of the Civil War. After a year of captivity, he escaped his guards and rallied the royalist forces. At the Battle of Evesham in 1265, he cornered de Montfort and annihilated his army, employing the very tactics he had learned from his captor. The battle was a brutal butchery, and de Montfort's body was gruesomely dismembered on the field. The rebellion was crushed, and royal authority was restored. When Henry III died in 1272, the Lord Edward was away on crusade, a testament to the stability he had won. He returned to England not as a prince who had witnessed his father's humiliation, but as King Edward III, a man with a cold, legalistic mind and an unbending will, a king determined to enforce his rights and define his realm with the sharp, precise edge of a sword. Edward's first and most defining ambition was to bring the entire island of Britain under his direct, centralized rule. His gaze fell first upon the wild, mountainous lands of Wales. The Welsh princes, particularly Llywelyn ap Gruffudd, the Prince of Gwynedd, had skillfully exploited the English Civil War to expand their own power, and Llywelyn refused to pay the customary homage to the new English king. For Edward, a man obsessed with feudal legality, this was an act of open defiance. In 1277, he launched his first Welsh campaign, not a mere raid, but a methodical, overwhelming invasion. He advanced with a massive army, co-opting the rebellious Marcher lords and employing a vast fleet to cut off the grain supplies from Anglesey. Llywelyn was starved into submission, his territory reduced, and his authority curtailed. But the peace was fragile. In 1282, Llywelyn's brother, Dafydd, launched a surprise Easter rebellion, and Llywelyn, honor-bound, rose with him. Edward's response was one of final, terrible conquest. This time, he came not to discipline a vassal, but to extinguish a nation. His armies advanced in 3 columns, systematically grinding down the Welsh resistance. The campaign's decisive and perhaps accidental moment came at the Battle of Orowin Bridge, where Llywelyn, separated from his army, was ambushed and killed. His head was severed, sent to London, and displayed on a pike at the Tower, crowned with ivy in mockery of an old Welsh prophecy. Dafydd was captured months later and subjected to a new, horrific form of execution for treason. He was hanged, drawn, and quartered. His death a calculated, symbolic warning. To ensure Wales would never rise again, Edward embarked on one of the most ambitious and expensive building programs of the Middle Ages. He encircled the heartland of Gwynedd with a great iron ring of stone castles, fortresses of such immense scale and sophisticated design that they remain masterpieces of military architecture. These were not just defensive posts, but symbols of permanent occupation, English towns planted in the heart of Welsh territory. The castles of Conwy, Harlech, Beaumaris, and the truly magnificent Caernarfon, with its polygonal towers and banded stone, were designed as seats of government and royal palaces, a projection of unassailable English power. He formally annexed the territory with the Statute of Rhuddlan in 1284, imposing English law and administrative structures, and in a famous, though perhaps legendary act of political theater at Caernarfon, he presented his own infant son, Edward, who had been born in the new castle, to the Welsh people, promising them a prince who was born in Wales and spoke no word of English, a promise fulfilled by the infant, who would be proclaimed the first English Prince of Wales. With Wales subdued, Edward's attention turned north to Scotland. Here, his methods were initially legal, not military. In 1286, the Scottish king Alexander III died in a riding accident, and his only heir, the young Maid of Norway, died on her voyage to claim her kingdom, plunging Scotland into a succession crisis known as the Great Cause. Over a dozen claimants vied for the empty throne. The Scottish nobility, fearing civil war, made the fateful decision to invite Edward I to arbitrate. Edward agreed, but at a price. He marched his army to the border and demanded that the Scottish nobles first recognize him as their feudal overlord, their lord paramount. Trapped, they agreed. Edward then presided over the court, and in 1292 he selected John Balliol, a man he believed would be a pliant vassal. But Edward, the legalist, had overreached. When he demanded that King John Balliol provide him with Scottish troops for his war against France, the Scots, humiliated and enraged, refused. They instead formed an alliance with France, the Auld Alliance, which would define Scottish foreign policy for centuries. Edward, furious at this betrayal, unleashed his hammer. In 1296, he marched north, sacked the town of Berwick-upon-Tweed with appalling brutality, defeated the Scottish army at Dunbar, and forced Balliol to abdicate. He ripped the royal insignia from Balliol's surcoat, leaving him with the nickname Tomb Tabard, or empty coat. Edward seized the Scottish Stone of Destiny, their ancient coronation stone, and took it to Westminster, a symbolic removal of their very nationhood. But just as in Wales, this act of conquest ignited a fire of popular resistance, led not by the nobility, but by a commoner of extraordinary charisma, William Wallace, who in 1297 inflicted a humiliating defeat on the English at the Battle of Stirling Bridge. Edward, enraged, returned in person, and at the Battle of Falkirk in 1298, his massed English longbowmen, a new and devastating weapon, tore the Scottish ranks to pieces. The hammer of the Scots, as his epitaph would one day read, had arrived. King Edward II's The Hammer of the Scots had broken Wallace's army at Falkirk, but he had not broken the will of the Scottish people, for a new and even more formidable champion had risen from the ashes of that defeat. This was Robert the Bruce, a canny nobleman who, after a complex dance of loyalties, had himself crowned King of Scots in 1306, murdering his chief rival in a church to do so. This act of sacrilege and defiance spurred the aging Edward I to a final furious campaign, but the old king, who had forged a kingdom with his relentless will, died in 1307 while marching north, his body worn out by his own unceasing wars. His tomb, by his own command, was left stark, bearing the simple, ruthless epitaph, Hic est Edwardus Primus, Malleus Scotorum, here is Edward I, Hammer of the Scots. His son, Edward II, who inherited the crown, possessed none of his father's grim resolve or military acumen. He was a man defined by his disastrous personal attachments, particularly his favoritism for the low-born knight Piers Gaveston, a relationship that infuriated the powerful barons who saw their own influence and the king's dignity usurped. The barons, in a move that echoed the days of Simon de Montfort, forced the king to accept a set of ordinances limiting his power. But the true measure of Edward II's failure was written on a battlefield in his northern kingdom. In 1314, Edward II finally led a massive English army north to relieve the siege of Stirling Castle, the last English stronghold in Scotland. Robert the Bruce, a brilliant tactician, had chosen his ground with meticulous care at a place called Bannockburn. He positioned his small, disciplined army behind a creek on a field studded with caltrops, small spiked iron devices hidden in pits to cripple the English heavy cavalry. The result was not a battle, but a catastrophe for the English. The flower of English chivalry, trapped in the marshy ground, their formations broken, were systematically destroyed by the tight-packed formations of Scottish spearmen, the Schiltrons. Edward II himself fled the field in a humiliating rout. This victory secured Scottish independence for the next 400 years and signaled the utter collapse of Edward III's grand dream of a unified Britain. The reign of Edward II continued its downward spiral. His military humiliation was compounded by a profound natural disaster, the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317, a period of relentless cold rains that caused crops to fail catastrophically across Europe. The population, weakened by widespread starvation and disease, was left vulnerable. Edward's dysfunctional rule finally alienated his own wife, Isabella, the she-wolf of France. In 1326, she invaded England at the head of an army, allied with her lover, the powerful Baron Roger Mortimer. The king's support evaporated, and he was captured. In 1327, he was forced to abdicate in favor of his young son, Edward III, and was later murdered with appalling symbolic brutality in the dungeons of Berkeley Castle. The young Edward III, however, was his grandfather's true heir. In 1330, in a swift and ruthless coup, he seized power, executing his mother's lover, Mortimer, and placing Isabella in genteel confinement. Edward III was a king cast in the mold of chivalry, a charismatic and brilliant military commander, and he turned his ambition away from the lost cause of Scotland and toward the greatest prize of all, the crown of France. Using his mother's lineage as a pretext, he laid claim to the French throne in 1337, initiating the vast, generation-spanning conflict that would come to be known as the 100 Years' War. This war began with a series of staggering, almost unbelievable English victories. At the Battle of Crécy in 1346, Edward's small, defensive-minded army, anchored by his dismounted men-at-arms, met a vast, arrogant French host. The victory was won not by the knights, but by the yeomen of England, the common soldiers armed with the devastating English longbow. Standing in disciplined lines, they unleashed a storm of arrows, a hail so thick that it seemed like snow, which tore the French cavalry charges to pieces long before they ever reached the English line. England was at the height of its military glory, its king the most celebrated warrior in Christendom, when, in the summer of 1348, an enemy far more terrible than any French army landed unseen at the port of Melcombe Regis in Dorset. It arrived in the holds of a merchant ship from Gascony, carried by the fleas that infested the black rats nestled in the cargo. This was the Yersinia pestis bacterium, the great pestilence, known to history as the Black Death. From the port, it moved inland with terrifying, inexorable speed, traveling along the roads and riverways, carried by merchants, pilgrims, and soldiers. The first reports were of a sudden, mysterious illness that struck with baffling speed. The victims, as described by a contemporary friar, were seized by a high fever, followed by the appearance of the dreadful buboes, agonizing egg-sized swellings in the lymph nodes of the groin, armpits, and neck. These swellings, from which the bubonic plague takes its name, would darken and burst, and death, in unimaginable pain, almost invariably followed within 3 to 5 days. A second, even more lethal strain, the pneumonic plague, was passed through the air, from one person's cough to another's lungs, killing in less than 2 days, often overnight. The society of medieval England was utterly unprepared for such an apocalypse. Medicine, based on the imbalance of humors, was powerless. Prayers, processions, and penitence seemed to have no effect, as the plague struck down the pious and the sinner alike. The chronicler Henry Knighton wrote that there was a general mortality throughout the world. Sheep and cattle strayed in the fields and among the crops, and there was no one to drive them off or to collect them. The social fabric tore apart. Law courts ceased to sit. Fields lay unplowed, villages were abandoned, and the living were scarcely able to bury the dead, who were piled into great, overflowing plague pits. By the time the first wave burned itself out in 1350, it had killed perhaps 40 to 50% of the entire population of England. It was a demographic catastrophe on a scale that is difficult to comprehend, a wound that cut to the very bone of the nation. When the dust of this great mortality settled, the survivors awoke in a new and profoundly altered world. The old, rigid, three-tiered structure of medieval society, those who pray, those who fight, and those who work, had been irrevocably shattered. The great pestilence had created a massive, desperate labor shortage. For centuries, the English economy had been built on a surplus of labor, a vast, unfree peasant class, the serfs, who were legally bound to their lord's manor, unable to leave, and forced to work his lands for free. Now, with so few hands to work the fields, this entire system collapsed. For the first time, the English peasant had leverage. They began to demand and receive actual wages for their work. They could, and did, abandon their old manners, fleeing to other lords who would pay more for their precious labor. The ruling class, in a state of panic, tried to turn back the clock. In 1351, Parliament passed the Statute of Laborers, a desperate piece of legislation that attempted to freeze wages at their low, pre-plague levels and to legally bind peasants to their home manors. This law was utterly unenforceable and only fueled the simmering, newfound resentment of the peasantry, who now understood their own worth. The Black Death, a biological terror, had become the unlikely agent of social revolution, fatally weakening the bonds of feudalism and setting the stage for the rise of a free, waged labor force. The profound social rupture caused by the Great Pestilence and the ruling class's clumsy attempts to chain the peasantry to the past with laws like the Statute of Laborers created a volatile, pressurized atmosphere in the English countryside. The simmering resentment, a deep sense of injustice felt by a populace that now knew its own worth, finally exploded in the summer of 1381. This was the Great Rising, or the Peasants' Revolt, an event unlike anything England had ever seen. Driven by a new, punishing poll tax, and inspired by the radical preaching of Lollard priests like John Ball, who posed the incendiary question, when Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? A vast army of commoners from Kent and Essex marched on London. Led by the charismatic Wat Tyler, they stormed the city, burned the palaces of the nobility, and dragged the Archbishop of Canterbury from the Tower of London to be beheaded on Tower Hill. The young King Richard II, only 14 years old, rode out to meet the rebels at Smithfield in a staggering display of personal courage. Amidst a tense negotiation, Wat Tyler was cut down by the Lord Mayor, but Richard, with incredible presence of mind, diffused the situation, riding before the enraged crowd and declaring, "Sirs, will you shoot your king? I am your captain. Follow me." He led them out of the city, promising to grant all their demands, including the abolition of serfdom. These promises, of course, were immediately broken once the rebel armies had dispersed, and the retribution was swift and brutal. But the revolt, though a failure, had shattered the illusion of a divinely ordered, immutable society. It had also revealed the character of the king, Richard II, a man who possessed immense personal bravery, but who was also capable of deep duplicity, and who now harbored an ironclad belief in his own anointed absolute authority. His reign became a long, bitter struggle with his own powerful nobility, particularly his uncles and cousins, the Lords Appellant. He ruled with an artistic, refined, but increasingly tyrannical and vindictive hand until, in 1399, he made a fatal error. He disinherited his own cousin, Henry Bolingbroke, Duke of Lancaster, who was in exile. Henry returned, not just to claim his inheritance, but to claim the throne itself. Richard, abandoned by the nobility, was forced to abdicate. He was imprisoned in Pontefract Castle, and Henry Bolingbroke, the son of Edward III's third son, was crowned King Henry IV. Sometime in the following year, Richard II died in his prison, almost certainly starved to death or murdered, his body put on display to prove he was truly gone. This act, the deposition and murder of a divinely anointed king, was the original sin of the new Lancastrian dynasty. It broke the sacred chain of succession and established a terrible precedent that the crown of England could be taken by force by the man with the strongest army and the most plausible claim. Henry IV's reign was plagued by the guilt of his usurpation, facing constant rebellions, but his son, Henry V, redeemed the dynasty. He was the perfect medieval king, a brilliant, pious, and ruthless warrior who united the brawling nobility by pointing them at a common enemy, France. He revived the 100 Years' War, and in 1415, at the Battle of Agincourt, won a victory that rivaled Crécy, his exhausted, mud-caked army of longbowmen, annihilating a French host many times its size. His conquests were so complete that he forced the French king to name him as his heir. But this martial triumph was tragically brief. Henry V died of dysentery in 1422, leaving his new, vast dual monarchy of England and France to his only heir, a 9-month-old infant, Henry VI. This was the beginning of the unraveling. Where Henry V had been a lion, his son, Henry VI, was a lamb. The new king grew to be a man of profound, almost saintly piety, his gaze fixed on the next world, not this one. He was gentle, easily led, and most disastrously prone to long periods of complete mental collapse, sinking into a catatonic stupor where he recognized no one and understood nothing. This power vacuum at the center of the realm was filled by a grasping, feuding clique of nobles who presided over the catastrophic, final loss of the 100 Years' War. By 1453, with the fall of Bordeaux, all the glorious conquests of Henry III were gone. This national humiliation, combined with the king's madness, created a crisis of legitimacy that allowed another voice to be heard, another man who believed he had a better claim to the throne. This man was Richard, Duke of York. His claim, which had lain dormant, was dangerously strong. While the Lancastrian king, Henry VI, was descended from John of Gaunt, The third son of Edward III, Richard of York was descended from both the second son, Lionel of Antwerp, and the fourth son, Edmund of Langley. By the laws of primogeniture, his claim was arguably superior. This simmering dynastic rivalry, a cousins' war, was inflamed by the bitter personal feud between the ambitious Duke of York and the king's powerful supporters, the Beauforts, and most significantly, by the king's fierce and unbending wife, Margaret of Anjou. While her husband stared blankly at the wall, Queen Margaret fought with a tiger's ferocity to protect the inheritance of her young son. The conflict, which we now call the Wars of the Roses, named for the White Rose of York and the Red Rose of Lancaster, symbols that were used, though perhaps not as universally as we now imagine, was not a continuous war, but a series of short, savage campaigns and personal vendettas fought almost exclusively by the nobility, often leaving the common people untouched. The first blood was drawn in 1455 at the First Battle of St. Albans, a messy street brawl that saw York capture the catatonic king and declare himself Lord Protector. This was the start of a bloody, back-and-forth struggle. The Lancastrians would rally. York would be driven into exile. Then, in 1460, at the Battle of Wakefield, Richard of York was cornered, defeated, and killed, his army destroyed. Margaret of Anjou, in a gesture of utter contempt, had his head severed, adorned with a paper crown, and placed on the gates of the city of York. She had killed the claimant, but she had not killed the claim. In destroying the father, she had unleashed his far more formidable son, Edward, Earl of March. He was everything Henry VI was not: tall, charismatic, handsome, and a military prodigy. Just 19 years old, he gathered his father's shattered armies, and in 1461 met the main Lancastrian host at the Battle of Towton. Fought in the midst of a blinding snowstorm, Towton was the largest, longest, and bloodiest battle ever fought on English soil. A brutal, grinding melee that lasted for hours and resulted in the annihilation of the Lancastrian army. With Henry VI and his queen in flight to Scotland, the young Edward marched to London and was crowned King Edward IV, the first Yorkist king. The war, however, was not over. Edward's grip on the throne was dependent on his powerful older cousin, Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick, known to history as the Kingmaker. But when Edward, in a move of personal passion, secretly married the beautiful, low-born, and Lancastrian-connected Elizabeth Woodville, he mortally offended Warwick, who had been negotiating a French marriage for him. The Kingmaker, his pride wounded and his influence gone, did the unthinkable. He fled to France, allied with his most hated enemy, Margaret of Anjou, and in 1470 invaded England. He caught Edward by surprise, forcing the Yorkist king to flee into exile, and in a stunning reversal, dragged the mild, bewildered Henry VI from his cell in the Tower of London and placed him back on the throne in an event known as the Readeption. This was Warwick's final fatal miscalculation. Edward IV was not a man to be so easily discarded. In 1471, he landed a small, determined force and marched across England. At the Battle of Barnet, in a thick, confusing fog, he defeated and killed the Kingmaker. Weeks later, at the Battle of Tewkesbury, he met the last Lancastrian army, led by Queen Margaret and her young son, Edward, Prince of Wales. The battle was a final, crushing Yorkist victory. The Prince of Wales was killed in the aftermath, and Margaret was captured. Edward IV returned to London in triumph. That very same night, his prisoner, the simple, pious, and broken-minded Henry VI, was quietly murdered in the Tower of London for the security of the realm. The Lancastrian line was all but extinguished, and the Cousins' War, for a time, was over, settled as it had begun, by a crown taken by force and secured by murder. The final Our Brutal Act at Tewkesbury and the quiet murder in the Tower of London seem to have drawn a definitive, bloody line under the Cousins' War. Edward IV, the charismatic Yorkist Sun King, now ruled unopposed, his Lancastrian rivals either dead or, in the case of the young Henry Tudor, living a life of hunted exile in Brittany. The second half of Edward's reign was a period of relative peace and booming commercial prosperity, a much-needed respite for a kingdom weary of noble feuds. Edward, unlike his predecessors, was a king with a keen head for business, investing in the wool trade and managing his own finances with such skill that he died one of the wealthiest monarchs in English history. He was the embodiment of the new, modern king, approachable, pragmatic, and immensely popular with the merchants and commoners of London, even as his court was defined by a love of luxury and a notorious appetite for pleasure. Yet this stability was built on the foundation of his own personal charisma, and more precariously on the power of his wife's extensive and deeply unpopular family, the Woodvilles. This foundation, which seemed so solid, proved to be fatally shallow. In April 1483, King Edward IV, still in his prime at just 40 years of age, was struck by a sudden illness, perhaps a chill after a fishing trip, perhaps a stroke brought on by his famously indulgent lifestyle. He died within days, leaving his kingdom and his crown to his 12-year-old son, Edward V. The realm was once again plunged into the very crisis it most feared, a child king and a regency council riven by faction. On one side were the Woodvilles, the Queen Mother's ambitious family, who sought to dominate the new government. On the other was the late king's most trusted commander and loyal brother, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, a man of proven military skill and grim determination, who had been ruling the turbulent north with a firm hand. Edward IV, on his deathbed, had named his brother Lord Protector of the realm, entrusting him with the care of his young son and the kingdom. Richard rode south from York, seemingly to fulfill this sacred duty and oversee the coronation of his nephew. He intercepted the young king's party, which was being escorted to London by the Woodville faction, and in a swift, decisive move, he arrested the boy king's uncle, Earl Rivers, and his half-brother, Richard Grey, effectively seizing control of the government and the person of the king. He brought the young Edward V to London, lodging him in the royal apartments within the Tower of London, a residence that was, at the time, both a palace and a fortress. He then persuaded the Queen Mother, who had fled into sanctuary at Westminster, to release her younger son, the 9-year-old Richard, Duke of York, to join his brother in the Tower, ostensibly so the two boys could prepare together for the upcoming coronation. What happened over the next few weeks in the summer of 1483 remains one of the most potent and insoluble mysteries in English history, a dark pivot upon which the entire narrative of the nation turned. The coronation was postponed. Richard's allies began to preach public sermons, questioning the legitimacy of the young king. Then, in a stunning public declaration, a bill known as Titulus Regius, or the title of the king, was presented to Parliament. It laid out a shocking legal argument that Edward IV, before marrying Elizabeth Woodville, had been pre-contracted to marry another woman, Lady Eleanor Butler. In the eyes of medieval canon law, this pre-contract constituted a valid marriage, rendering his later, passionate marriage to Elizabeth Woodville bigamous and void. The shocking, inescapable conclusion was that all of their children, including the two boys waiting in the tower, were illegitimate bastards, with no right to the throne. With the Woodville line legally severed, the crown passed by right of blood to the only viable, legitimate heir of the House of York, Richard, Duke of Gloucester himself. After a carefully staged public acclamation, he accepted the heavy burden of kingship and was crowned King Richard III on July 6, 1483. Through all of this, the two young princes remained in the tower. They were seen playing in the gardens, then only through the windows, and then, by the late summer, they were not seen at all. They vanished from history, their fate sealed behind the cold stone walls. The universal assumption, both at the time and for centuries after, was that they were murdered. Their uncle, the new king, the only man with the motive and the opportunity to order such a terrible, necessary act to secure his usurped throne. This suspicion, whether or an act of calculated propaganda by his enemies, would poison his reign from its very inception. Richard III was, by all accounts, an efficient and just administrator, a man genuinely concerned with law and order in the north, but he could not escape the shadow of his accession. His reign was unstable, plagued by the rebellion of his former allies, and across the Channel, the last faint ember of the Lancastrian cause, Henry Tudor saw his moment. Henry's claim to the throne was wafer-thin, flowing through his mother, Margaret Beaufort, a descendant of John of Gaunt's third marriage, a line that had been legitimized by Parliament but explicitly barred from the succession. Yet in a kingdom haunted by the specter of two murdered children, any alternative claimant, no matter how remote, represented a chance for change. Henry Tudor, long a pawn in the diplomatic games of Europe, now became the focal point of all those disaffected by Richard's rule. In August 1485, Henry Tudor landed with a small mercenary army at Milford Haven in his native Wales, gathering support as he marched inland. King Richard, a proven and courageous general, raced to intercept him. The two armies met on August 22nd at a place called Bosworth Field in the Leicestershire Midlands. The battle was a confused, treacherous affair. Richard's army was larger, but its loyalty was fatally divided. The most powerful contingent on the field was that of the Stanley family, who had ties to both sides and had positioned their forces on the edge of the battle, waiting to see which way the wind would blow. As the battle raged, Richard, seeing Henry Tudor's banner exposed, made a desperate, heroic, and fatal decision. In a move of pure, knightly valor, he led his personal household cavalry in a direct, ferocious charge aimed at ending the war by killing his rival in a single blow. He almost succeeded, cutting down Henry's standard-bearer, but at the critical moment the Stanleys finally made their choice. They threw their fresh forces into the fray, not in support of their king, Richard, but against him. Richard's charge was overwhelmed. He was unhorsed, surrounded, and refusing to flee, was hacked to death, his helmet cloven, his body bearing the terrible wounds of a man cut down from all sides. He was the last English king to die in battle. According to legend, The crown which had fallen from his head was found hanging on a hawthorn bush and was placed upon Henry Tudor's head, proclaiming him King Henry VI. This was the Tudor ascent. The long, bloody saga of the Cousins' War was over, and a new dynasty, forged in the mud of Bosworth, had begun, one that would cement its claim by uniting the warring houses, as Henry VII, the Lancastrian heir, pledged to marry Elizabeth of York, the daughter of Edward IV, finally binding the red rose and the white. The crown that Henry Tudor had plucked from a hawthorn bush at Bosworth Field was for the first time in nearly a century passed on in undisputed, peaceful succession. Henry VII, a man forged in exile and defined by a cold, calculating pragmatism, had dedicated his reign to extinguishing the last, faint embers of the Cousins' War. He was a king of the ledger book, not the battlefield, his primary concerns being the refilling of the treasury, the subduing of the overmighty nobility, and above all, the securing of his new, fragile dynasty. He accomplished this through shrewd diplomacy and strategic marriage, most notably by uniting his family with the great powers of Europe. He bound his eldest son, Arthur, Prince of Wales, to Catherine of Aragon, the daughter of the mighty Spanish monarchs, Ferdinand and Isabella, in a marriage that symbolized the Tudor dynasty's arrival and acceptance on the world stage. This carefully constructed plan, however, was struck a terrible blow in 1502 when Arthur, a promising but frail youth, died suddenly, only months after his wedding, leaving the Spanish alliance and the Tudor succession in peril. Henry VII, ever the pragmatist, salvaged the situation by betrothing his second son, the young Henry, to his brother's widow, Catherine. This union, however, required a special, costly dispensation from the Pope, as it violated the biblical prohibition in Leviticus against a man taking his brother's wife. This papal bull, granting the dispensation on the grounds that the first marriage had never been consummated, was a piece of diplomatic paper that would decades later become the lever that would tear the English world apart. When the old king, his kingdom stable and his coffers full, died in 1509, the crown passed to the second son, a golden, charismatic, and terrifying figure, King Henry VIII. The new king was not like his joyless, parsimonious father. He was 18 years old, a towering, handsome, and athletic figure, the very embodiment of a Renaissance monarch. He was a scholar, a musician, a theologian, and a magnificent jouster, a sun king who dazzled his court. One of his first acts was to honor his father's pledge and formally marry the pious, steadfast Catherine of Aragon. For nearly 2 decades, the reign was a glittering success, a whirl of extravagant court festivals, ambitious foreign policy, and wars with France, all managed by the king's immensely capable, low-born minister, Cardinal Thomas Wolsey, who, as Lord Chancellor, ruled England in the king's name. But beneath the gold brocade and the sound of trumpets, the old, deep-seated Tudor anxiety, the fear of a disputed succession, the memory of the Wars of the Roses, began to fester. The problem was an empty cradle. Catherine, despite numerous pregnancies, suffered a heartbreaking string of miscarriages, stillbirths, and infant deaths. Only one child survived, a daughter, the Princess Mary, born in 1516. As the years passed and Catherine entered her 40s, it became agonizingly clear that she would bear no more children. Henry had no legitimate son. The Tudor dynasty, only 1 generation old, rested on the fragile life of a single girl in an age that had never successfully been ruled by a queen regnant. Henry, a man of deep, if convenient, piety, became consumed by the conviction that his marriage was cursed. He looked back to the text in Leviticus and saw not a rule that a pope could dispense, but a divine judgment. If a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. They shall be childless. He saw his lack of a son not as a biological chance, but as the wrath of God. The spiritual and dynastic crisis found its human catalyst in the form of a woman who was unlike any other at the English court. Anne Boleyn, a lady-in-waiting to the Queen, was not a passive beauty. She had spent her formative years in the sophisticated, glittering courts of France. She was dark-haired, sharp-witted, stylish, and possessed an iron will. Henry, accustomed to taking whomever he pleased, found himself utterly captivated by a woman who refused to become his mistress. Anne, seeing the king's desperation and the queen's fading star, held him at bay, offering him her future, but not her body, only in exchange for the one thing he had not yet offered, the crown. By 1527, Henry's infatuation with Anne and his obsession with a male heir had merged into a single, overriding objective. He must, by any means necessary, have his marriage to Catherine of Aragon annulled. This was the king's great matter. He sought to prove not that he was divorcing his wife, but that he had never been married to her at all, that the papal dispensation granted by Pope Julius II had been invalid, and that he had, for 20 years, been living in sin. He entrusted this delicate, near impossible task to his great minister, Cardinal Wolsey. But Wolsey, for all his brilliance, was about to be crushed between two immovable objects. The Pope, Clement VII, might have been inclined to grant the king's request, but he was, at that very moment, the virtual prisoner of the Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V. And Charles V was Catherine of Aragon's devoted nephew. He would not stand by and see his aunt cast aside and his cousin Mary declared a bastard. The Pope stalled, prevaricated, and delayed, setting up a sham court in England that ultimately deferred the decision back to Rome. Henry's fury, when it became clear that Wolsey had failed, was total. The great cardinal was stripped of his offices, arrested for treason, and died in 1529, a broken man, on his way to the Tower. His fall left a vacuum that was filled by two men of a new, more radical stamp. The first was Thomas Cromwell, a pragmatic, ruthless administrator of humble origins, a man of cold logic and immense political skill. The second was Thomas Cranmer, a quiet, scholarly priest with reformist, even Protestant leanings. Together, they offered the king a solution that was as brilliant as it was revolutionary. If the Pope, a foreign bishop, would not grant the king justice, then the king must, by right of God, be the master of justice in his own realm. The authority of Rome must be severed. Under Cromwell's masterful parliamentary management, a series of acts were passed that step by step dismantled papal power in England. The 1533 Act in Restraint of Appeals was the decisive blow. It began with the thunderous declaration that this realm of England is an empire, a sovereign state free from any foreign princes or potentates. All spiritual cases, including the king's annulment, were now to be settled within England with no appeal to Rome. This allowed the newly appointed Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Cranmer, to finally convene a court and declare Henry's marriage to Catherine null and void from the beginning. Henry, who had already secretly married a pregnant Anne Boleyn, was now, in the eyes of his own new law, a free man. In September 1533, Anne gave birth not to the hoped-for prince, but to another daughter, Elizabeth. The revolution was finalized in 1534 with the Act of Supremacy. This short, unambiguous law declared that the King of England, Henry VIII, was and always had been the supreme head on earth of the Church of England. This was not, it must be understood, an immediate theological reformation. Henry considered himself a true Catholic, just one who had rejected the authority of the Bishop of Rome. But he had, without truly intending it, opened the floodgates of religious change. Those who could not accept this, who placed their conscience and their God before their king, like the great humanist Sir Thomas More, were executed for treason. And in a move of profound political and financial consequence, Cromwell began the dissolution of the monasteries, seizing their vast, ancient wealth and lands for the crown. This land was then sold off, primarily to the gentry and nobility, creating a new class of landowners who had a permanent, vested financial interest in ensuring that the break with Rome and the Tudor supremacy was never, ever reversed. Henry VIII's Great Revolution, that monumental act of supremacy, had been a deeply personal and political act, not a theological one, yet in tearing the English Church from the body of Rome, he had uncorked a bottle, releasing genies of religious fervor that he could neither understand nor control. His own son, the frail, precocious Edward VI, who inherited the throne in 1547 as a mere boy, was a Protestant of a far more radical and unbending kind. Under the guidance of his uncles, the Protectors, the English Reformation, which Henry had held at a cautious Catholicism without the Pope, now truly began. The quiet, scholarly Archbishop Thomas Cranmer, at last free to implement his true vision, introduced his masterpiece, the Book of Common Prayer, a work of sublime English prose that replaced the ancient, mysterious Latin Mass. This new service was not a suggestion, but a command, and commissioners swept across the land, enforcing this new, austere faith. They smashed the stone altars, tore down the statues of the saints, and whitewashed the vibrant medieval paintings from the church walls, a physical and spiritual cleansing that left many of the common people, still deeply attached to their traditional ways, bewildered and enraged. This brief, zealous reign was followed by a pendulum swing of equal and opposite ferocity. When Edward died, consumed by illness, his desperate, illegal attempt to bypass his sisters failed, and the throne passed to the one person who embodied the old faith, Mary the First, the deeply wronged, profoundly devout daughter of Catherine of Aragon. Mary's accession in 1553 was met with genuine popular joy, a restoration of the true royal line, but her reign would become one of the great tragedies of English history. Her entire life's purpose was to undo her father's revolution, to heal the schism, and to return England to the comforting fold of the Roman Catholic Church. She reinstated papal authority, revived the old heresy laws, and, in a disastrously unpopular move, married the most powerful Catholic in the world, King Philip II of Spain, a marriage that yoked England to Spanish foreign policy and raised the specter of foreign domination. Her desperate and ultimately fruitless attempt to cleanse her realm of the new Protestant heresy by force, sending nearly 300 dissenters, including the recanting but ultimately defiant Thomas Cranmer, to be burned alive at the stake, earned her the terrible, enduring epithet of Bloody Mary. When Mary died in 1558, childless, broken-hearted, and having just lost Calais, the last English possession on the continent, the throne passed to the final and most unlikely of Henry's children. This was Anne Boleyn's daughter, the 25-year-old Elizabeth, a woman who had survived a childhood of disgrace, imprisonment in the Tower, and the constant deadly threat of her sister's suspicion. Her accession was a moment of supreme peril. She inherited a kingdom that was religiously fractured, militarily weak, financially empty, and dismissed by the great Catholic powers of Europe as an illegitimate heretic. Yet this young woman, possessed of her father's charisma and her mother's iron will, would not only survive, but preside over a period of such extraordinary confidence and cultural flowering that it would bear her name. Elizabeth's first act was one of supreme political genius, the religious settlement of 1559. She was, above all, a pragmatist, famously declaring that she had no desire to make windows into men's souls. She sought a via media, a middle way, that could bind her fractured nation together. She broke with Rome once more, but styled herself the supreme governor of the Church, a slightly softer, more ambiguous title than her father's. She reintroduced a modified Book of Common Prayer, keeping Cranmer's Protestant theology, but phrasing the communion service in a way that was just vague enough to allow both Protestants and moderate Catholics to participate without violating their consciences. This Elizabethan settlement satisfied no one completely. The radical Puritans decried its popish rituals, while loyal Catholics were forced to hold their illegal masses in secret. But it was a masterpiece of compromise that against all odds would hold the nation together. Her long reign was a masterclass in survival, a 45-year balancing act, defined by her refusal to marry, a decision that turned her status as a weak woman into her greatest political weapon. By playing her Virgin Queen card, she kept a dozen European princes and her own ambitious courtiers in a constant, hopeful, and ultimately fruitless diplomatic dance, ensuring that no single faction and no foreign power could ever truly control her. But her reign was dominated by two great, intertwined Catholic threats. The first was her cousin, Mary, Queen of Scots, a woman with a powerful claim to the English throne, who, after fleeing her own rebellious kingdom, became Elizabeth's unwanted prisoner for 19 long years, a living, breathing, and constantly plotting focal point for every Catholic conspiracy against the Queen. The second and greater threat was the superpower of the age, King Philip II of Spain, Elizabeth's former brother-in-law. Philip, the grim champion of the Counter-Reformation, saw Elizabeth as a heretical usurper and was enraged by the brazen, state-sponsored piracy of English sea dogs like Sir Francis Drake, who plundered his silver fleets sailing from the New World. After Elizabeth finally, reluctantly, signed the death warrant for Mary, Queen of Scots in 1587, Philip had his casus belli. He unleashed the Gran Armada y Felicissima, the great and most fortunate navy, a vast crescent of 130 ships designed to sail to the Netherlands, pick up the veteran Spanish army waiting there, and conquer England. As the fleet entered the English Channel in July 1588, Elizabeth, in a moment of defining courage, traveled to Tilbury to address her troops, famously declaring, "I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too." The English, in their smaller, faster, and more heavily gunned ships, harried the Spanish fleet up the Channel. They finally broke the Armada's tight defensive formation by sending 8 blazing hell burners, or fireships, into the anchored fleet off Calais, scattering the great galleons in panic. The subsequent Battle of Gravelines was a decisive English victory, their long-range cannons tearing into the Spanish hulls. The battered Armada, unable to meet its army, was forced into a desperate, catastrophic retreat, fleeing north around the stormy coasts of Scotland and Ireland, where a Protestant wind dashed dozens of ships onto the rocks. The victory was a profound psychological and strategic triumph, a moment of David and Goliath that secured England's independence and its Protestant identity, and heralded the slow, dawning rise of its naval power. This new national confidence, born of stability at home and survival against impossible odds abroad, unleashed an extraordinary cultural flourishing. London, now a bustling, growing metropolis, became home to a new, vibrant art form, the commercial theater. In playhouses like the Globe, generations of brilliant playwrights, Christopher Marlowe, Ben Jonson, and towering above them all, William Shakespeare, produced works of unparalleled depth, poetry, and psychological insight, exploring the very nature of humanity, power, and love, all in the beautiful, evolving English language. It was an age of explorers like Sir Walter Raleigh, who dreamed of New Englands in America, and poets like Edmund Spenser, who allegorized his queen as the mythic Gloriana. Elizabeth, in her final years, had become a living legend, but she could not live forever. In 1603, the old queen died, childless, the last of the Tudor line, leaving her kingdom to the one man with the blood right to claim it, the son of her executed rival, King James VI of Scotland. The death of the childless, almost mythic Virgin Queen in 1603 could have plunged the realm back into the bloody chaos of a succession crisis, the very specter that had haunted the Tudors for a century. Instead, the transition was a masterpiece of quiet, backroom statecraft. The Queen's chief minister, Robert Cecil, had been in secret correspondence with the only plausible and, crucially, Protestant claimant, King James VI of Scotland. With Elizabeth's last faint breath, a proclamation was issued, and the Scottish king was declared James I of England, the first of a new dynasty, the Stuarts. This was not a political union. The two kingdoms remained separate, sovereign states with their own laws, parliaments, and churches, but they were now, for the first time, bound together in the person of a single monarch. The Auld enemy, the backdoor for French invasion, and the source of centuries of brutal border warfare, was now the king's homeland. James, a man of profound scholarly learning but a distinct lack of personal majesty, traveled south in a leisurely month-long progress, overwhelmed by the wealth of his new kingdom, which he famously and rather tactlessly described as his promised land. He arrived in London as a man of baffling contradictions, a figure his contemporaries would famously dub the wisest fool in Christendom. He was a published theologian, an expert on witchcraft, and a passionate advocate for a new, authoritative translation of the Bible, but he was also ungainly, with a tongue famously too large for his mouth, who disliked crowds, slobbered at his feasts, and harbored a deep, almost pathological attachment to a series of handsome male favorites. Above all, James brought with him a political philosophy that was perfectly formed, deeply held, and utterly alien to the evolving English political tradition, the divine right of kings. James truly intellectually believed that kings were God's lieutenants upon earth, answerable for their actions to God alone, and that Parliament, the body that had grown in stature under the Tudors, was merely a tool of the king's will, a body to be summoned and dismissed as he saw fit, its privileges existing only by his grace. This theory was almost immediately tested by the kingdom's festering religious divisions. The Puritans, those radical Protestants who had chafed under Elizabeth's middle way, presented the new king with the millenary petition, a list of demands for a purer church, shorn of its remaining popish rituals. James, who had learned to despise the equally dogmatic Presbyterian leaders in Scotland, convened the Hampton Court Conference in 1604 to debate the matter. He famously snapped at the Puritans, "No bishop, no king," correctly identifying that their desire to abolish the church hierarchy was an implicit threat to his own royal hierarchy. He rejected almost all their demands, but in a moment of inspired, lasting genius, he did agree to one, a new, single, authorized translation of the Bible. The result, published in 1611, the King James Version, would, through the sheer majesty of its Jacobean prose, shape the English language and its spiritual consciousness for centuries. While the Puritans were left disappointed, the kingdom's oppressed Catholics were about to descend into a darkness that would define their place in England forever. A small group of desperate Catholic gentry, led by the charismatic Robert Catesby, saw in the new king's Calvinist background the final death of their hopes for tolerance. They hatched a plan of such staggering, nihilistic audacity that it has echoed in infamy ever since. They would, with a single, massive explosion, wipe out the entire English establishment, the king, the queen, the Prince of Wales, the House of Lords, and the House of Commons at the state opening of Parliament. The plot was meticulously planned, a lease taken on a cellar directly beneath the House of Lords, into which 36 barrels of gunpowder were secretly moved, enough to obliterate the entire Palace of Westminster and everything for half a mile around it. The conspiracy was managed by a hardened soldier named Guy Fawkes, who was given the task of lighting the fuse. The entire plot, however, was undone by a single act of conscience. One of the conspirators, terrified that a Catholic relative, Lord Monteagle, would be killed in the blast, sent him an anonymous, cryptic letter, warning him to devise some excuse to shift your attendance at this Parliament. Monteagle, baffled, passed the letter to Robert Cecil, the king's chief minister. Cecil, in a brilliant piece of state security, ordered a search of the cellars. In the early hours of November 5th, 1605, Guy Fawkes was discovered alone in the darkness, guarding his barrels, his pockets full of slow-burning matches and tinder. The plot had failed. The captured conspirators were subjected to the full, horrific ritual of a traitor's death, hanged, drawn, and quartered, while the nation, saved from the brink, erupted in a paroxysm of relief, bonfires lit in every town and village. The gunpowder plot burned itself deep into the English Protestant psyche, creating an enduring, visceral paranoia about popish plots and Catholic treachery that would poison English politics for the next 200 years. This clash of ideologies, divine right versus parliamentary privilege, defined James's entire reign, and the primary battleground was money. James was a profligate spender, His lavish court and his generosity to his favorites, first Robert Carr and later the disastrously influential George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, kept the crown in a constant state of financial need. Parliament, however, particularly the increasingly assertive House of Commons, saw its power of the purse as its greatest and perhaps only leverage against the king. They refused to grant him the taxes he needed unless he addressed their grievances, leading to bitter constitutional standoffs. The king, in his frustration, resorted to non-parliamentary means of raising money, such as impositions, customs duties, and the sale of monopolies, which the Commons, led by legal scholars like Sir Edward Coke, argued were ancient and illegal infringements on their rights. This domestic tension was inflamed by events in Europe. In 1618, the continent plunged into the fiery, apocalyptic conflict of the 30 Years' War, a vast struggle between the Catholic and Protestant powers. This was not a distant squabble for England. James's own beloved daughter, Elizabeth, was married to the Protestant elector Frederick of the Palatinate, who had rashly accepted the crown of Bohemia, triggering the war. When the Catholic Habsburgs crushed Frederick and overran his lands, Protestant England, particularly the Puritans in Parliament, cried out for a holy war, a great crusade to rescue the king's daughter and defend the faith. But James, who loathed war and saw himself as the Rex Pacificus, the peacemaker, dithered. He preferred diplomacy, and in a move that baffled and infuriated his subjects, he pursued a Spanish match, a marriage treaty between his son, Charles, and the daughter of the King of Spain, the very Catholic power that was helping to crush Protestantism in Germany. This harebrained scheme, which saw Charles and the Duke of Buckingham embark on a ridiculous, incognito trip to Madrid, ended in humiliating failure, but not before it had almost completely destroyed the trust between the king and his people. In 1625, the wisest fool died, leaving a kingdom that was financially strained, religiously divided, and deeply suspicious of its monarchy. The crown passed to his son, Charles I, a man who, unlike his ungainly father, looked every inch a king. He was refined, dignified, and possessed of a truly unbending belief in his own divine right. He had inherited his father's absolutist theories, but none of his pragmatism or scholarly caution. And at his side, his influence undimmed, stood the universally hated Duke of Buckingham. The stage was now set for a far more tragic and bloody confrontation, as a king who believed he was answerable only to God was set on a collision course with a parliament that believed he was answerable to the law. Charles I, who inherited the newly united crowns in 1625, was a man cast in a completely different mold from his scholarly, untidy, and pragmatic father. Where James had been a wise fool, Charles was a man of dignified, artistic, and icy self-possession. He was refined, aloof, and possessed a quiet, unshakable, and ultimately fatal belief in his own divine right to rule. He saw the grubby compromises of politics as beneath his station, and the growing assertive power of the House of Commons not as a legitimate check on his power, but as an insolent affront to his God-given authority. His problems began almost immediately, his dignity undermined by his father's universally hated favorite, the Duke of Buckingham, and his subjects' trust compromised by his own marriage to Henrietta Maria, the young, vivacious, and unapologetically Catholic Princess of France, who brought with her a wave of Catholic priests and a deep-seated suspicion of popish influence at the very heart of the court. The relationship between the new king and his parliament disintegrated almost instantly, foundering on the familiar rocks of money and religion. Charles's foreign policy, directed by the inept Buckingham, was a series of costly and humiliating fiascos, including disastrous wars against both Spain and France. When he demanded the funds to pay for these adventures, the House of Commons, now populated by a generation of men steeped in the law and fiercely protective of their ancient liberties, refused. They saw their power of the purse as the only meaningful tool they had to hold the king to account, and they refused to grant Charles the traditional customs duties of tonnage and poundage for life, offering them for a single year instead. Charles, outraged, dismissed them and resorted to a forced loan, a tax levied without parliamentary consent. When men of property refused to pay, they were imprisoned without trial, a direct violation of the principles laid down in Magna Carta. This escalating tyranny forced Parliament's hand. In 1628, they presented the king with the Petition of Right, a document of profound constitutional importance. It was not a request for new laws, but a declaration of old ones, stating that the king could not levy taxes without Parliament's consent, nor could he imprison a subject without due cause. Charles, desperate for money, was forced to assent, his agreement celebrated with bonfires and bells across London. But he did so with a deep mental reservation, believing no law passed by his subjects could truly bind the hand of an anointed king. The breaking point came in 1629. After the Duke of Buckingham was assassinated by a disgruntled sailor, to the nation's barely concealed joy, the king and Parliament fell into a final, bitter dispute over religion and customs duties. Charles, in a fury, ordered the session dissolved. In an unprecedented act of defiance, a group of radical members, including Sir John Eliot, physically held the Speaker of the House down in his chair, barring the doors, while they shouted and passed 3 resolutions condemning the king's policies as treasonous. The king's authority had been openly physically defied. Charles had the members arrested, and he dissolved Parliament, resolving in his heart that he would never call one again. Thus began the personal rule, a period of 11 years when Charles III governed England entirely without Parliament, a time his enemies would later call the 11 Years' Tyranny. The king, free from the Puritan grumbling of the Commons, was able to create a court of genuine elegance and artistic splendor, patronizing the great masters like Van Dyck. But this courtly mask was financed by a series of deeply unpopular and legally dubious financial expedients. His attorneys scoured the ancient archives, reviving archaic feudal finds like the distraint of knighthood. Most notoriously, he levied ship money. This was a tax traditionally paid by coastal towns in times of war for the defense of the realm. Charles, in peacetime, levied it on the entire country, arguing that the defense of the kingdom was everyone's responsibility. A Buckinghamshire gentleman named John Hampden became a national hero by refusing to pay his small share. Although the royal courts, under intense pressure, narrowly found in the king's favor, the case had shattered the illusion of consensus, proving that the king would twist the law itself to get his way. This financial policy was matched by a religious one that seemed, to the puritanical, to be part of the same sinister design. Charles empowered William Laud, his austere High Church Archbishop of Canterbury, to reform the Church of England. Laud, who loathed the noisy, sermon-obsessed Puritans, sought to reintroduce the beauty of holiness into worship. Stained glass, vestments, music, and most offensively, the moving of the communion table from the center of the church back to the east end, set off by a rail, just as a Catholic altar was. To the Puritans, this was not beauty. This was popery, a deliberate, creeping attempt to unwind the Reformation and drag the nation back to the superstitions of Rome. The entire delicate structure of the personal rule was brought crashing down not by the English, but by the Scots. In 1637, Charles and Laud, with a fatal lack of judgment, attempted to impose a new English-style prayer book on the fiercely Presbyterian Church of Scotland. The response was a unified, nationalistic explosion. At St. Giles's Cathedral in Edinburgh, a woman, reputedly Jenny Geddes, threw her stool at the bishop's head, shouting, "Dost thou say Mass in my lug?" The Scottish nobility and clergy united to sign a national covenant, swearing to defend their religion to the death. Charles, seeing this as open rebellion, raised an army, but his reluctant, unpaid militia was no match for the motivated, veteran Scottish Covenanter army. In the Bishops' Wars, the king was twice humiliated, and in 1640, the Scots invaded and occupied the north of England, refusing to leave until the king paid their expenses. Charles, his treasury empty and his authority destroyed, was left with no choice. He had to summon Parliament. The Parliament that met in November 1640 was not the pliant body the king had hoped for. It was the Long Parliament, an assembly of angry, experienced, and united gentry who had waited 11 years to voice their grievances. Led by the grimly determined John Pym, they immediately set about systematically dismantling the entire apparatus of the personal rule. They arrested and impeached the king's evil counselors, Archbishop Laud, and most crucially, the king's formidable Lord Deputy of Ireland, the Earl of Strafford. When the impeachment trial of Strafford faltered, Pym, in a ruthless move, introduced a Bill of Attainder, a legislative act that simply declared Strafford guilty and sentenced him to death. The bill passed, and the king was faced with an agonizing choice: sign his loyal servant's death warrant or risk the entire kingdom. Charles, in an act of betrayal that would haunt him to his grave, signed. Strafford was executed before a vast, cheering crowd. Parliament then abolished the hated prerogative courts of Star Chamber and High Commission and made ship money illegal. The final, unbridgeable chasm opened in 1641, when a brutal Catholic rebellion erupted in Ireland. Parliament, consumed by paranoia, refused to entrust the king with an army to put it down, fearing he would use it against them. This division was formalized in the Grand Remonstrance, Pym's 200-clause list of every crime Charles had ever committed, a document that was less a petition to the king and more an appeal to the people against him. Then, in January 1642, Charles committed his final, fatal mistake. Hearing a rumor that his parliamentary critics planned to impeach the Queen, he marched into the House of Commons with 400 armed soldiers, intending to personally arrest his 5 leading opponents. The men, having been warned, had already fled. The king had not only violated the sacred privilege of Parliament, he had shown he was willing to use military force against it. He fled a London that had erupted in fury, and in August 1642, on a hill near Nottingham, King Charles III raised his royal standard, a formal declaration of war. The war that followed tore the kingdom apart, pitting Cavalier against Roundhead, brother against brother. After early royalist successes, the tide was turned by Parliament's superior resources. It held London and the Navy, and by the rise of a backbench Puritan gentleman named Oliver Cromwell, who forged the New Model Army, a professional, meritocratic, and fiercely motivated force. The king's forces were shattered at Marston Moor and decisively broken at Naseby in 1645. Charles surrendered, but even in defeat he could not be broken. A captive, he continued to plot, playing his enemies against each other and instigating a second civil war. For the army, this was the final proof that Charles was a man of blood, a tyrant who would never be bound by law. In 1648, the army seized control, purging Parliament of all members who still sought to negotiate. The remaining rump Parliament voted to do the unthinkable, to put the King of England on trial for high treason against his own people. On January 30th, 1649, Charles III stepped onto a scaffold, and with a single blow of the axe, the English monarchy was destroyed, and the kingdom was declared a commonwealth, or a republic. The sound of the axe falling in Whitehall on that cold January morning in 1649 was not an end, but a beginning, a shocking caesura in the narrative of the nation. For the first time in its 1,000-year history, England was a kingdom without a king. In the stunned, uncertain silence that followed, the rump Parliament, that small, purged remnant of the House of Commons that had dared to put a monarch on trial, formally abolished the monarchy itself, declaring it unnecessary, burdensome, and dangerous. It swiftly followed this by abolishing the House of Lords and the established Church of England, and on May 19, 1649, it declared England to be a commonwealth and free state, to be governed by Parliament alone. This new, fragile republic, however, was born not in consensus, but in division, a small, radical island in a sea of hostile royalism, its authority resting on one single, uncompromising foundation, the sharp, steel pikes and Puritan zeal of the New Model Army. This army, and its most formidable general, Oliver Cromwell, was the only true power in the land, and it was immediately dispatched to secure the Commonwealth's borders against a world that had recoiled in horror. The first and most brutal task was Ireland. The island had been in a state of complex, multi-sided rebellion since 1641, a coalition of native Irish Catholics and English Royalists united in their opposition to the new regicidal Parliament. In August 1649, Cromwell landed with his veteran army, driven by a potent, terrifying cocktail of political necessity, strategic brilliance, and a deep, visceral anti-Catholic fury. He saw the Irish Catholics not merely as rebels, but as the savage perpetrators of the 1641 massacres of Protestants, and he came to visit a biblical, Old Testament vengeance upon them. His campaign was short, swift, and marked by a ruthlessness that has left a permanent, dark scar on the memory of Anglo-Irish relations. At the sieges of Drogheda and Wexford, he ordered his men to give no quarter, and the garrisons, along with an unknown number of civilians, were put to the sword in a systematic, cold-blooded slaughter. Having pacified Ireland through terror, Cromwell was immediately recalled to face a new threat from the north. The Scots, who had been Parliament's allies in the First Civil War, were Presbyterians, not Republicans. They were appalled by the execution of the king, who was, after all, a Stuart, a king of their own bloodline, and they had immediately proclaimed his son, the exiled Charles II, as their new king. In 1650, Cromwell marched his army into Scotland, and at the Battle of Dunbar, he won a staggering, seemingly divine victory against a much larger Scottish army. He completed the conquest a year later, in 1651, at the Battle of Worcester, the final bloody engagement of the long civil wars. The young Charles II was forced into a desperate 6-week flight, famously hiding from parliamentarian patrols in the branches of an oak tree at Boscobel House, before finally escaping to France. The British Isles, for the first time, were united not by a king, but by a single republican military government. With all external enemies defeated, the inherent contradiction at the heart of the Commonwealth, the tension between the radical, godly army and the conservative, self-serving rump parliament, finally fractured. The army, which had fought and bled for a moral and spiritual reformation of the nation, watched with growing disgust as the rump politicians seemed only to enrich themselves and to delay the reforms and the new elections they had promised. The breaking point came on April 20th, 1653. Oliver Cromwell, his patience finally exhausted, marched a detachment of musketeers into the House of Commons, and in a fit of righteous theatrical fury, he personally and forcibly dissolved the Parliament that had begun the revolution. He pointed to the members, crying, "You have sat too long for any good you have been doing lately. In the name of God, go." He ordered his men to seize the speaker's mace, the very symbol of the rump's authority, dismissing it as a fool's bauble. The man who had executed a king for tyranny had now himself become a military dictator, ruling by the pure power of the sword. This act left a vacuum that Cromwell, a man who was genuinely, agonizedly searching for a stable and godly form of government, struggled to fill. His first experiment was the bare-bones Parliament, a nominated assembly of 140 saints chosen by the army for their Puritan piety. It proved an idealistic, chaotic failure, collapsing within months. The army officers, desperate for stability, took matters into their own hands. In December 1653, they presented and adopted the instrument of government, England's first and only written constitution, which effectively ended the Commonwealth and established the Protectorate. It vested power not in a king, but in a Lord Protector for life, a position that could be held by only one man. Oliver Cromwell, king in all but name, was ceremonially installed, holding the sword of state and the scepter of civic authority. Cromwell's rule as Lord Protector was a period of profound contradictions. At home, he enforced a strict, joyless Puritan morality, appointing major generals to rule over districts, banning Christmas celebrations, closing the theaters, and punishing sin. Yet in a surprising act of tolerance, he quietly allowed Jews, who had been formally expelled from England by Edward I in 1290, to resettle. Abroad, his foreign policy was vigorous, aggressive, and highly successful, his powerful navy winning wars against the Dutch and the Spanish, capturing Jamaica and restoring England's reputation as a major European power. He was offered the crown in 1657, and he agonized over the decision for weeks, but ultimately, under pressure from his Republican generals, he refused it. His power, however, was entirely personal. It was the force of his own will, his own iron and faith, that held the fragile republic together. In September 1658, the Lord Protector died. His son, the gentle and unambitious Richard Cromwell, was named as his successor. Tumbledown Dick, as he was known, had none of his father's authority, and the great generals of the new model army, the grandees, immediately began to feud amongst themselves, their personal rivalries threatening to plunge the nation back into anarchy. The people, weary of a decade of military rule, joyless Puritanism, and political chaos, felt a deep, nostalgic longing for the old ways, for monarchy, stability, and the simple pleasures of a theater or a Christmas feast. This overwhelming public mood found its enabler in the most pragmatic and ruthless of Cromwell's generals, George Monk, the commander of the army in Scotland. In 1660, Monk, seeing the power vacuum in London, marched his army south, arriving in the capital as the master of the situation. He recalled the full Long Parliament, which had been purged in 1648, and, in a series of brilliant, secretive maneuvers, he entered into negotiations with the exiled Charles II. Charles, guided by a shrewd political realism his father had never possessed, issued the Declaration of Breda, a masterpiece of political promise. He offered a general pardon for all who had fought against him, excepting those who had signed his father's death warrant, liberty to tender consciences in matters of religion, and crucially, full payment of the army's back pay. It was an offer the nation could not refuse. On May 29, 1660, his 30th birthday, Charles II rode into a London that was delirious with joy, the streets hung with tapestries, the fountains flowing with wine. The great, bloody 11-year experiment with republicanism was over. The monarchy, broken on the scaffold, had been invited back by the very Parliament that had destroyed it. The Restoration of 1660 was not a return to the past, but the beginning of a new, complex, and often cynical age, an era that swung wildly from the joy of liberation to the depths of paranoia. The king who returned, Charles II, was the merry monarch, a man of charm, wit, and a deeply held cynicism who had learned his political lessons not in a throne room, but in the bitter, hunted years of exile. He was determined never to go on his travels again, a vow that made him a brilliant, pragmatic, and utterly unprincipled political survivor. The theaters, shut down by the Puritans, were thrown open, their stages now featuring the first professional female actors, a change that mirrored the liberated, bawdy, and often amoral atmosphere of the new Restoration court. The nation, exhausted by 2 decades of civil war and joyless, godly rule, plunged into this new era with a sense of giddy relief, even as the bodies of the great regicides, including the long-dead Oliver Cromwell, were dug up, ritually hanged, and dismembered in an act of royalist vengeance. This joy, however, masked the fact that the Restoration had not solved the fundamental questions that had led to the Civil War. Where did ultimate authority lie, with the king or with Parliament? And what was the true, settled religion of the nation? The new Cavalier Parliament, overwhelmingly royalist and Anglican, re-established the Church of England with a vengeance, passing a series of harsh laws known as the Clarendon Code, which persecuted both the defeated Puritans and the distrusted Catholics. But the king himself, in a secret corner of his heart, was drawn to the Catholic faith of his mother and his wife, a private sympathy that would sit like a ticking bomb beneath his entire reign. This fragile new order was soon shaken by a series of blows that felt to the superstitious like the returning judgment of God. First, a disastrous Second Anglo-Dutch War saw the enemy fleet sail up the Medway and burn the English navy at its moorings. Then, in 1665, the old, terrible specter of the plague returned to London, a devastating outbreak that left over 100,000 dead. A year later, in 1666, a small fire in a baker's shop on Pudding Lane, fanned by a strong east wind, grew into the Great Fire of London, a 4-day inferno that consumed the ancient, timber-framed medieval city, leaving the vast, smoking ruin of St. Paul's Cathedral as its monument. These disasters inflamed a deep, latent national paranoia, a fear of hidden enemies, papists, and foreign plots. This hysteria found its voice in 1678 through a corrupt and fantastical charlatan named Titus Oates, who claimed to have uncovered a popish plot, a vast Catholic conspiracy supposedly blessed by the Pope to assassinate Charles II, massacre Protestants, and place the king's openly Catholic brother, James, Duke of York, on the throne. The plot was a complete fabrication, yet in the paranoid atmosphere of the time, it was believed utterly. It triggered a national panic, leading to the execution of dozens of innocent Catholics and becoming a political weapon of immense power. This weapon was seized by a faction in Parliament, led by the Earl of Shaftesbury, who saw a way to finally solve the religious question and seize control of the succession. This was the Exclusion Crisis. The king had many illegitimate children, but his long-suffering queen had given him no heir. The throne was destined to pass to his brother, James, the Catholic Duke of York. Shaftesbury and his allies, who were nicknamed Whigs, introduced a bill to exclude James from the succession by law. They were opposed by a faction of royalists, nicknamed Tories, who, while they may have distrusted Catholicism, believed that the hereditary divine right of succession was sacred and could not be broken by Parliament. For the first time, England had modern, organized political parties, their names hurled as insults. Charles II, in the greatest political masterstroke of his life, played for time, outmaneuvered the Whigs, dissolved the rebellious Parliament, and, his finances secured by a secret subsidy from his cousin, King Louis XIV of France, ruled the last 4 years of his life as an absolute monarch, just as his father had done. When he died in 1685, after a secret deathbed conversion to Catholicism, the man the Whigs had tried to stop became King James II. James, unlike his cynical, pragmatic brother, was a true believer. He was rigid, humorless, and a dogmatic convert to Catholicism, a man who lacked the political subtlety to manage the nation's deep-seated Protestant fears. He came to the throne with a great deal of Tory support, but he squandered it with a disastrous, high-speed series of provocations. He immediately began appointing Catholics to high office, in open violation of Parliament's Test Acts. He maintained a large, permanent standing army just outside London, a force that his subjects viewed not as a national defense, but as a potential instrument of tyranny. Then, in 1687, he issued a Declaration of Indulgence, a seemingly tolerant act that used royal prerogative to suspend all laws against both Catholics and Protestant dissenters. This was seen, correctly, as a cynical ploy to promote his own religion by trampling on the authority of Parliament. When he ordered the Declaration to be read from the pulpits of every church, the Archbishop of Canterbury and 6 other bishops refused. Their subsequent arrest and trial for seditious libel turned them into national heroes. Their acquittal in June 1688 was met with spontaneous, ecstatic celebrations across the kingdom, a clear sign that the king had lost the support of the very church he was sworn to protect. The final, decisive break came just days before the bishop's acquittal. For years, the nation had been willing to tolerate the old Catholic king, secure in the knowledge that his heirs were his two Protestant daughters from his first marriage. Mary, who was married to the great Protestant champion of Europe, William of Orange, and her sister Anne. But in June 1688, James's young Catholic second wife, Mary of Modena, gave birth to a son, James Francis Edward Stuart. The news was a political thunderclap. England now faced the prospect not of a temporary Catholic king, but of a permanent Catholic dynasty. The panic was so immediate that wild, unfounded rumors of a warming pan plot instantly took root, claiming the baby was not real, but had been smuggled into the Queen's bedchamber to cheat the Protestant heirs. This was the breaking point. In an act of unified, desperate conspiracy, 7 of the most powerful men in England, a coalition of both Whigs and Tories, put aside their bitter rivalries and drafted a secret letter. This invitation, sent to William of Orange in The Hague, urged him to come to England with an army to restore English liberties and the Protestant religion, which were, they claimed, in mortal peril. William, a cold, calculating statesman who saw this as a chance to bring England's immense wealth and power into his lifelong struggle against Louis XIV of France, accepted. He assembled a vast invasion fleet, and on November 5th, 1688, carried by a favorable Protestant wind that pinned James's navy in the Thames, he landed unopposed at Torbay. What followed was the Glorious Revolution, a coup d'etat so swift and so complete that it was, at least in England, almost entirely bloodless. As William marched toward London, James II's kingdom dissolved before his eyes. The gentry flocked to William's standard. The king's most trusted general, John Churchill, deserted him. And, in the most devastating personal blow, his own daughter, the Princess Anne, fled the palace to join the rebels. James's nerve, which had been so steadfast in battle, completely broke. He was seized by a panic, and in late December he fled the kingdom, sailing to France, an act that his opponents brilliantly and immediately seized upon as an abdication of the throne. Parliament, in a convention, was now faced with a vacant throne. In a revolutionary settlement, they offered the crown not to the next in line, but jointly to William and Mary. But this crown was now conditional. Before they could be proclaimed king and queen, they were forced to accept a Declaration of Rights, which was then passed into law as the Bill of Rights of 1689. This document, the third great pillar of English liberty after Magna Carta and the Petition of Right, was the true revolution. It formally and finally declared that the divine right of kings was dead. The king could no longer suspend laws, levy taxes, or raise an army without the explicit consent of Parliament. It guaranteed free elections, freedom of speech within Parliament, and most crucially, it forever barred any Catholic, or anyone married to a Catholic, from ever sitting on the English throne. The long, bloody century of struggle was over. Parliament, not the king, was now the supreme power in the land, and the monarchy would henceforth rule not by the grace of God, but by the consent of the law. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 had created a new kind of monarchy, one that ruled by the grace of Parliament, not the grace of God. But this revolutionary settlement, enshrined in the Bill of Rights, had left one crucial, dangerous piece of business unfinished: the long-term succession. The crown had been settled jointly on William III and Mary II, and then to the survivor, and then to Mary's sister, the Princess Anne, and her children. This seemed secure enough, yet the human fragility of the royal line would soon bring the kingdom to the brink of another profound crisis. William and Mary, a political partnership rather than a loving marriage, remained childless. The Princess Anne, in one of the great quiet tragedies of the era, endured at least 17 pregnancies, a heartbreaking cycle of miscarriages, stillbirths, and infants who died in their cradles. Her last surviving child, the young William, Duke of Gloucester, a boy upon whom the entire Protestant future of the nation rested, died in 1700 at the age of 11, plunging the court into mourning and the political world into a state of acute panic. With the death of this single boy, the Protestant line, as established in the Bill of Rights, was set to expire upon Anne's death, at which point the crown, by the old laws of hereditary right, would pass to the exiled Catholic Stuarts, James II's son, James Francis Edward Stuart, known to his enemies as the Old Pretender. This was a prospect the Whig-dominated Parliament, which had built its entire identity on the exclusion of Catholics and the supremacy of Parliament, could not possibly tolerate. In 1701, they acted with decisive, revolutionary speed, passing the Act of Settlement. This law, in a staggering feat of genetic and political engineering, reached deep into the royal family tree, bypassing over 50 Catholic claimants who stood closer in blood. It settled the crown after Anne's death upon the most excellent Princess Sophia, Electress and Dowager Duchess of Hanover, a minor German noblewoman who was the granddaughter of King James III. Her sole overriding qualification was that she was the most senior Protestant descendant. The English Parliament had not just chosen a king, it had chosen a foreign dynasty to secure its Protestant parliamentary future. This act, however, exposed the critical weakness of the 1603 Union of the Crowns. The English Parliament had, without any consultation, presumed to choose a future monarch not just for England, but for Scotland as well. The Scots, who had endured a century of being treated as the junior, poorer partner in a union they had not chosen, were incandescent with rage. Their own parliament, sitting in Edinburgh, responded with a defiant gesture of nationalist fury, passing the Act of Security in 1704. This act declared that upon Queen Anne's death, the Scottish Parliament would choose its own successor, and it explicitly stated that this person would not be the same individual who ruled England unless Scotland was first granted full freedom of trade and security for the independence of its church and government. This was not a negotiation. It was a constitutional time bomb, threatening to shatter the island of Britain in two, to revive the Auld Alliance between Scotland and France, and to create a hostile, independent, and possibly Stuart-led kingdom on England's northern border. The English political class, now facing the very real prospect of a renewed existential war on two fronts, responded with overwhelming, cold, and calculated pressure. In 1705, Parliament passed the Alien Act, a piece of economic blackmail designed to bring the Scots to their knees. It declared that unless negotiations for a full union began, all Scots in England would be treated as foreigners, and crucially, it would ban the import of Scotland's primary exports, cattle, linen, and coal, a move that would have utterly destroyed the fragile Scottish economy. The Scottish elite, many of whom were financially and politically ruined by the recent catastrophic failure of their own colonial endeavor, the Darien scheme, found themselves cornered. With great reluctance and deep suspicion and a considerable amount of English bribery, a sum known as the equivalent paid to compensate Scottish elites, commissioners from both kingdoms met to hammer out a treaty. On May the 1st, 1707, this treaty, the Act of Union, took effect. It was not a merger of equals, but an absorption, a pragmatic, hard-nosed political and economic bargain. The Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of Scotland ceased to exist. They were fused into a new, single entity, the Kingdom of Great Britain. The Scottish Parliament voted itself out of existence, sending 45 new members of Parliament and 16 peers to sit in the now dominant Parliament at Westminster. Scotland retained its own distinct legal system and its cherished Presbyterian church, but its political independence was gone, exchanged for access to England's burgeoning global trade and the security of its powerful navy. Queen Anne, the last of the Stuart monarchs, became the first monarch of this new United Kingdom. When Anne died in 1714, just weeks after the designated heir, Sophia of Hanover, had also passed away, the Act of Settlement was triggered. The crown passed to Sophia's son, Georg Ludwig, the Elector of Hanover. He arrived in his new kingdom as King George the Mulus, a 54-year-old man who was, in every conceivable way, a foreigner. He spoke no English, his heart remained in his German electorate, and he was immediately viewed by many of his new subjects, particularly the Tory gentry, with suspicion and contempt. This change of dynasty immediately triggered the very rebellion the Union was designed to prevent, the Jacobite Rising of 1715, an attempt by the Old Pretender to reclaim his father's throne. The Rising, though it gained significant support in the Scottish Highlands, was poorly coordinated and was crushed, cementing the new Hanoverian regime not through popularity but through military force. This was the dawn of the Georgian Era, a long period of remarkable, if uninspiring, stability. The new Hanoverian kings, George I and his son George II, were far more concerned with their continental possessions than with the domestic politics of Great Britain. This royal disinterest created a power vacuum, which was brilliantly and decisively filled by the ministers who could manage Parliament. This system produced Great Britain's first de facto Prime Minister, Sir Robert Walpole, a coarse, pragmatic, and supremely skillful Whig landowner. Walpole mastered the new political arts. He managed the king. He controlled the House of Commons through a vast, complex web of patronage and bribery, and he kept the nation at peace. After steering the country through the financial panic of the South Sea Bubble in 1720, Walpole held power for over 2 decades, his system defined by its cynical, sensible motto, Quieta non movere, let sleeping dogs lie. This long, stable, and deeply corrupt Whig oligarchy, built on the foundations of the 1707 Union and the 1701 settlement, allowed the new kingdom to grow wealthy, to consolidate its commercial power, and to turn its gaze outward toward the vast oceanic horizons of a dawning global empire. The long, stable, and deeply pragmatic peace established by the Hanoverian succession and managed by the Whig oligarchy under men like Robert Walpole had created a unique incubator for a new kind of power. Great Britain, unified, politically stable, and protected by the world's most formidable navy, was less a kingdom of warriors and more a vast commercial enterprise, its gaze fixed firmly on the profits of global trade. This nexus of capital, stability, and commercial ambition, combined with the intellectual curiosity of the Enlightenment, set the stage for a revolution that would change the very fabric of human existence. This was not a revolution of kings, parliaments, or armies, but a revolution of iron, water, and steam, a transformation that began not with a proclamation, but with the quiet click of a new kind of machine and the bright, fierce glow of a new kind of fire. This profound metamorphosis, which we now call the Industrial Revolution, had its roots not in a city, but in the soil of the English countryside. For centuries, the agricultural landscape had been defined by the medieval open field system, a patchwork of communal strips and common lands where peasant families grazed their livestock and farmed for their own subsistence. But in the 18th century, this ancient way of life was systematically dismantled by a relentless parliamentary process known as enclosure. Wealthy landowners, driven by a new, scientific approach to agriculture and a desire for profit, petitioned Parliament to enclose these common lands, consolidating the small strips into large, privately owned and efficiently managed farms, bordered by the stone walls and hawthorn hedges that now seem so ancient. This was a revolution in itself. Pioneers like Jethro Tull introduced the seed drill, a mechanical planter that replaced the inefficient, wasteful scattering of seed by hand. Charles Townshend perfected the four-field crop rotation, using nitrogen-fixing turnips and clover to replenish the soil, eliminating the medieval need to leave a field fallow and providing winter fodder for livestock. Robert Bakewell pioneered selective breeding, producing larger, meatier sheep and stronger oxen. The result was a demographic explosion. The land produced vastly more food with far fewer people, but this efficiency came at a terrible human cost. The enclosure of the commons extinguished the subsistence lifestyle of the peasantry. Families who had lived on the land for 1,000 years, possessing a traditional right to graze their cow or gather firewood, were now landless, their ancestral connection to the soil severed by an act of Parliament. They became a new, mobile, dispossessed class, a landless proletariat forced to seek work elsewhere, their only capital the labor of their own hands. This new, displaced workforce would soon be needed, for a second crisis was looming, a critical shortage of energy. England was literally running out of trees. The ancient forests that had covered the island had been felled for shipbuilding, for housing, and above all, for making charcoal, the only fuel then capable of producing the intense heat needed to smelt iron ore. The iron industry, vital for tools, weapons, and agricultural implements, was grinding to a halt. The solution lay not on the surface, but beneath it, in the black, abundant seams of coal that ran through the English Midlands and the North. The problem was that smelting iron with raw coal produced a brittle, useless metal. The breakthrough came in 1709 at a furnace in Coalbrookdale, Shropshire, where an ironmaster named Abraham Darby perfected a method of purifying coal into coke, a clean-burning, high-carbon fuel that could at last produce high-quality, inexpensive iron. This single innovation unleashed the Age of Iron. Darby's grandson, Abraham Darby III, would famously demonstrate this new material's potential by building the world's first cast iron bridge, a structure of sublime industrial elegance that still spans the River Severn, a monument to the new era. Iron became the building block of the revolution, the material for the machines, the pipes, the engines, and the rails that would remake the nation. And to dig the coal needed to make the iron, miners had to go deeper, so deep that the pits were constantly, lethally threatened by flooding. This problem, in turn, was solved by the first crude lumbering giants of the New Age, steam engines. In 1712, Thomas Newcomen developed his atmospheric engine, an inefficient but powerful machine that used steam to create a vacuum and draw water, its great rocking beam pumping the mines of Britain dry, allowing the coal miners to dig ever deeper. While coal and iron provided the muscle, the first great industry to be utterly transformed was textiles. For centuries, the wool and cotton trade had been a domestic industry, a slow, seasonal process carried out in farmhouses and cottages, the entire family involved in carding, spinning, and weaving. But a series of brilliant interlocking inventions began to shatter this old model. John Kay's flying shuttle, 1733, dramatically increased the speed of weaving, which in turn created a desperate bottleneck in production, as the weavers now consumed yarn far faster than the spinners could produce it. This demand was met by James Hargreaves' spinning jenny in c. 1764, a small domestic machine that allowed one worker to spin multiple threads at once. But the true paradigm shift came from Richard Arkwright, a barber and wig maker with a relentless entrepreneurial vision. His water frame, 1769, was a spinning machine too large, too heavy, and too power-hungry to be used in a cottage. It required a force greater than any human could provide. In the 1771, at Cromford in Derbyshire, he built the world's first true factory, a massive mill powered not by people, but by a great churning water wheel. This was the birth of the factory system, a centralized building, a non-human power source, and a workforce, including hundreds of children, brought in to simply tend the machines. The final, decisive piece of the puzzle was the perfection of the steam engine itself. Water power was a fetter, tying industry to the fast-flowing rivers of the northern hills. The Newcomen engine was too inefficient for anything but pumping. The solution came from a Scottish instrument maker named James Watt. In 1776, while repairing a Newcomen engine, Watt had a flash of genius. The engine's critical flaw was that it wasted enormous energy by heating and cooling the same cylinder. He designed a separate condenser, a small secondary chamber to cool the steam, allowing the main cylinder to remain hot at all times. This single brilliant innovation made the steam engine efficient, powerful, and most importantly, capable of producing rotary motion. It was no longer just a pump. It was a universal prime mover. Matthew Bolton, Watt's business partner, declared, "I sell here, sir, what all the world desires to have, power." This was the liberator. Steam power was mobile. An engine could be built anywhere, in the center of a city, on a flat plain, next to a coal pit. The dark, satanic mills of William Blake's poetry began to rise, their tall chimneys belching black, sulphurous smoke. The new, displaced rural population poured into these cities, which exploded in size. Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, and Sheffield became the new heartlands of industry, sprawling, unplanned, chaotic settlements of back-to-back red brick tenements, their rivers running black with industrial effluent and human waste, their air thick with coal smog. This was the birth of urbanization, a profound, wrenching shift in the human experience. Life was no longer governed by the seasons or the sun, but by the relentless, pounding rhythm of the machine and the piercing shriek of the factory whistle, which summoned men, women, and small children to work for 14 hours a day, 6 days a week, in a disciplined, dangerous, and deafening new world. The industrial dawn had arrived, forging a new, wealthier, and more powerful Britain than the world had ever seen, but one built on a foundation of profound social dislocation and unimaginable human toil. The black industrial smoke that rose from the new cities of Manchester and Birmingham was the signal fire of a new, bewildering age, a Britain that had become, almost overnight, the workshop of the world. The nation's population, its wealth, and its political power were shifting, draining from the landed estates of the south to the coal-blackened, rain-soaked valleys of the north. This new world, forged of iron and steam, was one of profound, shocking contrasts, a society of two nations, as the future Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli would write, the rich and the poor, who lived side by side, yet were as ignorant of each other's habits as if they were dwellers in different zones or inhabitants of different planets. The old political system, a patchwork of rotten boroughs controlled by a few aristocratic families, was dangerously unequipped to govern this new, restive, urban reality. The pressure for change culminated in the Great Reform Act of 1832, a tumultuous political battle that, by extending the vote to the new industrial middle class, had narrowly averted a revolution. It was into this world of steam, squalor, and burgeoning confidence that a new monarch ascended the throne in 1837, an 18-year-old girl who would almost impossibly come to define the entire century, Queen Victoria. Her reign, which would last for an extraordinary 63 years, became the backdrop for the very apex of British power. Victoria herself, a woman of unbending personal morality, duty, and, in her later years, profound, inconsolable grief, became a living symbol of the nation's character. She and her beloved husband, Prince Albert, a German prince of immense intelligence and social conscience, championed a new model of monarchy, not one of political power, which had now decisively passed to Parliament, but one of domestic virtue, public service, and moral example. Yet this image of sober respectability and domestic bliss, of family Christmases and moral earnestness, was a thin, respectable veneer stretched taut over an age of explosive, often brutal change. The 1840s, the Hungry 40s, were a time of deep social crisis. In Ireland, the catastrophic failure of the potato crop led to the Great Famine, a demographic and human disaster of almost unimaginable scale, as millions died or were forced to emigrate, their suffering compounded by a tragically inept and dogmatic government response from London. In England, the working classes, who had been left out of the 1832 reform, rallied behind the People's Charter, a vast popular movement that demanded universal male suffrage and a political voice for the millions who toiled in the new factories. While the Chartist movement ultimately failed, its demands were slowly, inexorably absorbed into the political mainstream as the nation's leaders, men like the stern, moralistic Whig William Gladstone and the shrewd, opportunistic Tory, Benjamin Disraeli, wrestled with the condition of England question. The old protectionist corn laws, which had kept the price of bread artificially high to protect landowners, were repealed in 1846, a decisive victory for the new, free trade industrial class over the old landed aristocracy. The nation chose its future, committing itself to becoming a vast, urbanized importer of food and an exporter of finished goods, its lifeblood the profits of a globalized economy. The very pinnacle of this new industrial confidence was reached in 1851. In the heart of London, Prince Albert championed the great exhibition of the works of industry of all nations, a magnificent World's Fair designed to showcase the technological and cultural supremacy of Great Britain. It was housed in a revolutionary structure of cast iron and glass, a crystal palace of shimmering light filled with the wonders of the age: steam hammers, hydraulic presses, repeating firearms, and the new clicking marvel of the electric telegraph. It was a triumphant, almost religious declaration that industry, science, and free trade were the engines of human progress, and that Britain was their chosen driver. This industrial engine demanded fuel, raw materials, and above all, markets, and it was this demand that powered the expansion of a new Second British Empire. This was an empire of trade, finance, and increasingly of direct, formal control. Its arteries were the sea lanes, protected by the unchallenged supremacy of the Royal Navy. Its nervous system was the vast submarine network of telegraph cables, its copper wires insulated with gutta percha from Malaya that snaked across the ocean floors, connecting London, its financial heart, to every corner of the globe. Time itself was standardized, with Greenwich Mean Time adopted as the global standard, the prime meridian of the world running, by definition, through a London observatory. The empire was a patchwork of settlement colonies, like Canada and Australia, protectorates and commercial outposts, but its symbolic and economic heart, the jewel in the crown, was India. For a century, British power in India had been wielded not by the government, but by a private, profit-driven corporation, the East India Company. But in 1857, this precarious system of commercial rule exploded in the Indian Rebellion, or Sepoy Mutiny, a brutal, widespread uprising sparked by religious insensitivity and deep-seated resentment against British rule. The rebellion, which was suppressed with systematic and terrible violence, was a profound shock to the Victorian conscience. It led in 1858 to the end of company rule and the beginning of the British Raj, with the government in London assuming direct, formal control over the subcontinent. Queen Victoria herself was proclaimed Empress of India, her authority administered by a vast, meritocratic civil service and a powerful British army. This formal imperialism accelerated in the latter decades of the century as new technologies gave Europeans an almost magical and lethal advantage. The discovery of quinine, an anti-malarial prophylactic, allowed white administrators and soldiers to survive the white man's grave of the African interior. And the invention of the Maxim gun, the first truly automatic machine gun, created a firepower gap so vast that small, disciplined colonial columns could annihilate vast native armies, as Hilaire Belloc would later grimly satirize. Whatever happens, we have got US, the Maxim gun, and they have not. In a fit of competitive, paranoid nationalism, The great powers of Europe engaged in the scramble for Africa, carving up the entire continent at the Berlin Conference of 1884, drawing lines on maps in European capitals that ignored millennia of tribal and geographic reality. By the end of the century, the British Empire, painted red on the world maps, covered nearly a quarter of the globe's landmass and ruled over a quarter of its population. This age of unparalleled power, however, was also an age of profound anxiety. The very science that had built the steam engines now seemed to be turning on the foundations of faith. In 1859, Charles Darwin published On the Origin of Species, his meticulous revolutionary theory of evolution by natural selection. This single book, which suggested that humanity was not the special, divine creation of God, but the product of a long, blind, and immoral struggle for survival, opened a chasm of doubt in the heart of the Victorian soul. As the century waned, so too did the confident optimism of the Great Exhibition. The rise of new, unified, and ambitious industrial powers, particularly Germany and the United States, began to challenge Britain's workshop supremacy. The empire itself, stretched impossibly thin, was becoming a burden. The brutal, costly, and morally ambiguous Boer War in South Africa, which began in 1899, exposed the deep fissures in the imperial project, a grinding modern guerrilla war that seemed a grim portent of the century to come. In January 1901, the old queen, now a small, stooped figure in black, her body synonymous with the century itself, died at last. The Victorian age was over, leaving behind a world irrevocably transformed, connected and dominated by British industry, language, and law, but also a legacy of deep inequality, imperial resentment, and a creeping modern dread that the age of certainty, like the age of steam, was already beginning to fade into the past. The old queen's death in 1901 was more than the end of a reign. It was the closing of a door on an entire age of certainty. The new century, the 20th, arrived in a brief, glittering blaze of aristocratic confidence, the Edwardian summer, a gilded afternoon of garden parties and imperial pageantry that seemed to stretch, unchanging, under a cloudless sky. But beneath this opulent surface, the world that Britain had so confidently dominated was fracturing. The nation's industrial supremacy was now challenged by the vast, unified factories of Germany and the colossal industrial might of the United States. The German Kaiser, Victoria's own grandson, was building a new, high-seas fleet, a direct challenge to the Royal Navy's command of the oceans, triggering a tense, ruinously expensive naval arms race. The continent, which Britain had long viewed from a position of splendid isolation, was now solidifying into two vast, opposing armed camps, a complex, brittle latticework of secret treaties and hair-trigger mobilization plans, a machine of terrible, interlocking gears waiting for a single stray spark. That spark came on a summer day in 1914 in the distant Balkan city of Sarajevo with the assassination of an Austrian archduke. One by one, the great slumbering empires, bound by their rigid alliances, were pulled into the vortex. On August 4th, 1914, Great Britain, honoring its treaty to protect the neutrality of brave little Belgium, declared war on Germany. The nation, in a wave of patriotic fervor, believed it was embarking on a righteous, chivalric adventure, a war that would, as the prevailing wisdom promised, be over by Christmas. The young men of England, the lost generation, flocked to the recruitment stations in their hundreds of thousands, cheering and eager, terrified of missing the great game. They marched away to the sound of brass bands, unaware that they were marching into a new, mechanized and impersonal kind of slaughter, a furnace that would consume them and the world they had known. The war they found was not one of cavalry charges and bright banners, but a static, subterranean hell of mud, barbed wire, and the relentless, deafening thunder of industrial artillery. On the Western Front, from the Swiss border to the North Sea, the opposing armies dug in, creating a vast, festering scar of trenches that would barely move for 4 long years. Life became a troglodytic, surreal nightmare, governed by the whistle that sent men over the top, scrambling from the comparative safety of their ditch into the no man's land of shell craters and decomposing bodies, to walk hopelessly into the chattering mechanical hail of the Maxim machine gun. The names of the battles became litanies of grief. The Somme, where 60,000 British men fell in a single day. Passchendaele, a battle fought in a liquid, chemical-poisoned bog so profound that men and horses drowned in the mud. The sheer, unprecedented scale of the loss carved a permanent, silent trauma into the soul of the nation, a wound that would haunt its future decisions. At home, the war was a catalyst for a profound social revolution. This was total war, a conflict that demanded the mobilization of the entire nation. With the men gone, women poured into the factories, becoming munitionettes, their hands stained yellow with the chemicals used to make the shells, proving their capability in a way that no argument ever could. This work, so vital and so dangerous, would make the extension of the vote to women, at least in part, an undeniable political necessity by the war's end. The state itself took on vast new powers, controlling the railways, rationing food, and censoring the news. When the armistice finally came, on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918, the nation exploded in a daze of delirious relief. But it was a hollow, exhausted victory. The war to end all wars had left 9 million dead, shattered 4 empires, and bled the British treasury dry. The nation, though victorious, was now a debtor, for the first time, to the new financial superpower, the United States. The 2 decades that followed were a nervous, fevered dream, haunted by the ghosts of the Somme. The brief, frantic hedonism of the 1920s gave way to the crushing global despair of the Great Depression, a time of mass unemployment, hunger marches, and the rise of sinister, new, total-seeing ideologies, fascism and communism, which promised simple, violent answers to a world that seemed broken. The primary, overwhelming desire of the British people and their leaders, who had lived through the trenches, was peace at any cost. This profound, understandable, and ultimately tragic impulse was personified by Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, who, in 1938, flew to Munich and returned holding a piece of paper, a promise of peace for our time, having sacrificed Czechoslovakia to the territorial ambitions of a new, resurgent, and vengeful Germany. The peace, of course, did not last. In September 1939, after Germany's invasion of Poland, England was once again at war. The initial months were the phony war, a strange, anxious quiet, which was shattered in the spring of 1940 by the Nazi blitzkrieg. The German war machine rolled unstoppable across France, trapping the entire British army on the beaches of Dunkirk. In a desperate 9-day miracle of civilian and military courage, a flotilla of little ships, fishing boats, pleasure yachts, and ferries crossed the channel under constant fire, rescuing over 338,000 men, a catastrophic defeat turned into a myth of deliverance. But the reality was grim. Great Britain stood utterly alone, its army disarmed, its enemy triumphant, now just 21 miles across the channel. It was in this, the nation's finest hour, that it found its voice in the defiant, growling rhetoric of Winston Churchill. He offered his people not victory, but survival, blood, toil, tears, and sweat. The summer of 1940 saw the Battle of Britain, a desperate, pivotal air battle fought in the blue skies over the fields of Kent and Sussex. A few thousand young pilots, the few, in their Hurricanes and Spitfires, managed to hold off the might of the Luftwaffe, just barely, making an invasion impossible. The enemy, frustrated, turned to the Blitz, the indiscriminate nightly bombing of London and other industrial cities, an attempt to break the people's morale. But the nation endured, the king and queen remaining in a bombed Buckingham Palace, the people of the East End sheltering in the tunnels of the underground, their resilience becoming a legend. This war, even more than the first, was a truly global conflict. After the invasions of the Soviet Union and the attack on Pearl Harbor, England was no longer alone, but part of a grand alliance. It became a vast, unsinkable aircraft carrier, the staging ground for the slow, grinding liberation of Europe. The tide turned at El Alamein in the African desert, and finally, on D-Day, June 6, 1944, British, American, and Canadian forces stormed the beaches of Normandy, beginning the final bloody campaign that would lead in May 1945 to the ruins of Berlin and the final unconditional surrender of Nazi Germany. Yet this victory, even more than the last, was a profound illusion. The nation, celebrating in the streets, was utterly bankrupt, its cities shattered by bombs. The vast red map of empire, which had seemed so permanent, was now a burden that a broken, exhausted Britain could no longer afford. The wind of change was blowing, and the first great act was the granting of independence to India in 1947, the beginning of the end of the imperial project. And the world that emerged from the rubble was not a world of British supremacy, but one dominated by two new, colossal superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, locked in a new, cold, and nuclear standoff. The final revolution of this long story was a quiet one at the ballot box. In July 1945, in the midst of the victory celebrations, the nation stunned the world by voting its wartime hero, Winston Churchill, out of office. They replaced him with Clement Attlee's Labour government, a party that promised not a return to the old world, but a new Jerusalem, a reward for the people's suffering. This government created the welfare state, and in 1948 founded the National Health Service, a revolutionary pledge to provide medical care to all, free at the point of need, from the cradle to the grave. This was perhaps the final, most profound legacy of the long, weary journey. The story that had begun with the silent, mysterious stones of a forgotten tribe on the Salisbury Plain that had woven its way through Roman occupation, Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, and Norman conquest, that had endured the fire of Reformation, the crucible of Civil War, and the smoke of Industrial Revolution, had at last, after two terrible global conflicts, settled into a new, humbler, and perhaps more compassionate age. The crown remained, a symbol of this impossibly long, unbroken thread, but the nation it represented was now something new, a complex, multicultural, and welfare-based democracy, a land still shadowed by its long, heavy, and often glorious history, but whose final chapter, now told, was one of a quiet, shared, and hard-won peace, easing at last toward the gentle silence of the night.